and I am silencing my phone, and that's a big hint to all of you out there, even the patriots among us. I'll take a roll call at 5:44 p.m. Councilperson Ridley.
Present.
Prinzeri.
Here.
Bajano.
Here.
Yun.
Here.
Solomon.
Here.
Robinson.
Here.
Rivera. Waterman.
Here.
Lavara.
Here.
We have a full house. Call the ball, Council President.
It's gonna be an ongoing theme of the night. Top Gun is the theme. But before, just
Yeah, don't write that check your body can't cash, all right?
But very seriously though, just to Councilman Robinson, just offering condolences to you, and you lost your cousin. Deepest condolences to you.
Thank you, everyone.
Sure.
We have a moment of silence.
Sure.
My condolences, Councilman.
All right, so we've got quite an agenda in front of us, so we'll try to stay on point. Michaeline, you're up first.
That's like hitting that lotto.
It's Z19, Z20, Z21. You can bring up whoever you have with you.
Okay.
Yep.
On the others to go to, okay, I'll go through the two easy ones first. That is C19. Put my own
Let me
glasses
get
on.
there so I can read it.
Sure thing.
And if my voice goes out, I might need some help tonight. Z19, a resolution authorizing the extension of an agreement between the City of Jersey City and P&A Administrative Services to administer the flexible spending accounts, COBRA, and retirement and retiree building.
Yes.
Billing, excuse me.
Basically, these people do exactly what it says there. They send out COBRA notices to new hires, send out COBRA forms to people who leave. They do all our retiree billing, and right now, because we had to extend it, because of complications with the way we had to put it out to bid, we couldn't do it as a regular fair and open. We actually had to do it as a competitive bid, so that's why we went with the extension on it. At the same time, once the bids come in, it'll give our broker, Acrisure, enough time to go over it. Even though the bid is going to the lowest bidder, at the same time, they still have to be able to do all the duties, okay, that are required.
Folks, any questions about 10Z19? Councilman Yun? Z19 specifically.
No.
Okay. So I do have a question. So this is a
Yes.
temporary extension.
Yes.
Folks, if I can get your attention, have we gone out to bid already? on
Yeah,
this?
yeah, it's
We have
out
gone
there.
out
It was
to bid.
actually had to be advertised in the newspaper.
Okay.
So it is out there, yep. I believe, either Wednesday or Thursday of this week, the bids will come in.
Okay. So my question is in terms of the bid, and I don't know if this is possible, just something I read literally over this weekend, the pink tax. People heard about this, the pink tax? So apparently there's a movement to, that women are charged a tax over various products and services and so forth. And one of the things is that the FSAs, I was reading about, these flexible spending accounts don't cover certain products that women may use for personal use and so forth,
Right.
personal hygiene things.
Right.
That would be part of, medical type of procedures and so forth. So I'm just wondering if that could be looked into, I don't know if there's no provider who provides this, or if it's just, if there are providers out there, if we were to look into that to see if maybe that could be extended, to see if those sort of benefits could be extended to.
I'll check with them. It's my understanding with the flexible spending account that it's like a federal program. And they do have a very lengthy list, but some things are maybe considered cosmetic, depending I guess depending on how it's submitted as well, maybe if it's scripted, they might be able to cover it, but again, that's something we could look into.
So you'll look in, when they come back, you'll check to see if that's covered in that
Yeah,
stuff, okay?
yeah.
All right, your next item?
The next one is Z21.
Z21.
You're not here for Express Scripts?
Yes.
That's the more
but
complicated one, though,
that's
so
a
it's-
little more
Okay, so
complicated.
we're, okay. We're pogoing, I got you.
Yep.
Fire at will.
Okay, this is an extension of the present contract that we have with US Able. They supply our non-management and our retiree life insurance. Basically, retiree life insurance is for police and fire based on their contracts. We do have civilians, but civilians do pay towards that. The contract normally terminated 2/28, 2019, but we extended it for another month because there were issues with the proposals that came back, so we reissued it. And all the, out of the proposals that did come back, I believe we got 4, so that will be a new contract with a new vendor as of April 1st. And it'll be on the, probably
April
on the April meeting.
So you have someone already you're recommending?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
At this point?
yep, yep. Okay.
Okay, any questions? All right.
Okay, and then the next one is Express Scripts. We are looking to take our present contract and go for another 3-year again. The proposals were reviewed by our brokers at Aquasure. They can tell you exactly how many proposals came in. They did a very lengthy review of all of them, and that's why I have them here in case.
7 proposals came in, Express Scripts.
Can you kindly identify yourself, sir?
Jay McManus, I'm with Acrisure.
I'm sorry.
Jay McManus. MC.
Yeah, I got it. I'm Irish.
Sometimes it's over.
Thank you.
So 7 proposals were received, city went out fourth quarter of 2018 for pharmacy benefit management proposals. Because the current contract is ready to expire, we received 7 responses. Express Scripts, CVS Health, Optum Health, Phoenix, Pharmacy Benefit Management, ProAct, and 2 additional proposals from coalitions, which are really activations of small employers, really it doesn't fit the bill here. Jersey City certainly large enough to negotiate favorable terms on its own. So we went through for the benefit maybe of some of the council members who weren't here at the last meeting, we went through a review process that really has 2 parts. One is financial, the other is qualitative. The financial piece, we look at each of the component guarantees that are submitted by the PBMs. That's discount rates to current drug prices, rebates, those are dollars coming back from pharmaceutical manufacturers to the cities, what those guarantees are. We look at fixed costs associated with the program, that's really expensive. And lastly, and maybe equally as important, we look at definitional elements, how these PBMs define generics, single source brand, multi-source brands, and specialties. The reason that's important is that PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers, will play games with the definition of drugs. Because brand drugs generally receive discounts that are much less than generic drugs, the extent to which a PBM can redefine a drug class in the contract and move a generic into a brand category, they can apply a much lower discount. That increases their profits, thereby costing the client more. So we spend a lot of time going back and forth with the PBMs to make sure that we are all clear on the definition of a generic, and the definition of a brand, multi-source, single source, and the definition of specialty drugs. So all of those elements are then applied to the most recent 12 months of claims experience. The city generated last year 143,000 prescriptions. We take every one of those prescriptions and we reprice them based on the guarantees that each one of the pharmacy benefit managers respond in the RFP. So the result of doing that process yielded ESI as the most cost-effective option going forward. CVS was next, and Optum was third. The other four just weren't competitive. They weren't responsive to certain definitional requirements, and their pricing was out of whack. So the differences in pricing aren't profound, and that's not a surprise. CVS, Express Scripts, and Optum control about 80% of the pharmacy market in America, so they all know each other's pricing. The differentials were Express Scripts came in at $194,000 less than CVS and came in roughly $700,000 less than Optum. So that was the financial aspect. The qualitative aspect, part of the RFP, is a significant portion of the RFP is devoted towards qualitative elements where we require the respondents to provide us guarantee levels for efficiency on telephonic response rates, pickup rates, busy rates, how quickly they resolve an issue on the first call, and a number of other elements. We also look at the mail order processing, their accuracy rates, their turnaround time, and then as well ask them for their book of business historic membership satisfaction rates. Not surprisingly, when you put all of those numbers on a grid with the big three, they're all very similar. There's not enough differentiation. We have the grid. I'd be happy to share the details of our review, and we've gone through that in detail with the DA and HR director as well.
Mike is your first name, right?
Jay.
Jay, how long has Express Scripts been with the cities?
We've been, well, it's hard to answer that. We've been here since 2013. They were the incumbent at that time. We know that they were there for at least a 3-year hitch prior to
It has
that.
to be longer than that. I think I've had them, if I'm not mistaken, for over 20 years.
Okay.
And I'll tell you something, they are great. I get my prescriptions every 3 months, no problems. They call me up. If I call them up, they are fantastic.
Okay. That's good to hear. They filled 140,000 prescriptions last year.
people have their
They did
problems.
44,000.
I had no problem with
We
it,
have.
so.
And you do get road noise. You get road noise with any of those large PBMs. It's the nature of their business. It's very high volume. But when you move down to the lower tier PBMs, you spend an awful lot more money. They just are unable to buy drugs in the quantities necessary to discount them properly. So the result of our RFP analysis yields, as I said, ESI as the least expensive, and from a qualitative standpoint, relying on their guarantees in the RFP, all being very similar, and with an eye towards disruption. When you move pharmacy programs, it's our recommendation to renew with Express Scripts. Now, with that said, I know there were some concerns at the last caucus meeting among some council members regarding service elements, so we can certainly address them now. Before we get into that, I just wanted to explain the disruption issue. So, as part of the bargaining unit process, bargaining units agree to certain elements in the prescription drug program. They agree to what's called the formulary, and they agree to mandatory generics. That's all built into the contracts. That's all part of the overall negotiation process, which includes obviously salaries and everything. What I mean by preferred formulary is that there's a listing of 120 or so drugs that are single source drugs, meaning it's the kind of drugs you see advertised on television where they're really expensive. And they don't have a generic equivalent, that's why they're called single source drugs. But they have a therapeutic equivalent, meaning it does sort of the same thing. It's like Singulair and Advair. If you have asthma, they both do the same thing. They're both branded drugs, they're both single source. Best way to describe it is ESI may have, Express Scripts may have Advair as their preferred brand. When you switch to Optum or CVS, they may have Singulair. So part of what we do when we're going through this process, we look at an impact. And there's 10,000 roughly total members, that's employees, retirees, spouses, and children covered under the city's program. Of that 10,000, there's roughly 2,500 people that are on a drug that is on the preferred formulary. So when you change from one PBM to another, unless there's a compelling reason to do so, what happens is a significant portion of this 2,500 people, if they're on a preferred brand in the formulary, that preferred brand is not going to be covered under the new PBM. They've got a competing brand because they were negotiating a better deal with the manufacturer of that competing brand. So a letter goes out to those 2,500 people and it says, you're on Singular. We're moving to XYZ. In 90 days, between now and 90 days, you need to go see your doctor and get a prescription for Advair. Or you need to get a letter of medical necessity to stay on Singular. Again, it's not necessary that the preferred formula be in place, but that is a cost-saving element that was negotiated years ago in the bargaining unit contracts. And so, because they're in place now, when you move a PBM, I just want to caution everyone, there's disruption, significant disruption, and it really centers around that issue. So, for all of those reasons, the review, cost, and also disruption, that forms the basis for our recommendation.
Questions, council members?
Let me ask this one. How many members actually use this prescription program right now in Jersey City?
There are 10,000 covered.
10,000?
7,600 have received a script in the last year.
So the reason my concern is that when you compare the ESI and the CVS, especially like they charge for members fee per month. The ESI they charge $9.95, but CVS they charge $6.50, so almost the difference like a $2.20 difference.
Right.
So when you talk about the 10,000, maybe the ESI is like a retail claim price of 5 cents cheaper than CVS, or a retail 90-day claim like a 20 cents cheaper, but when you talk about the Medicare also plan, so not that much, but monthly membership itself, when you have a $3.45 higher than CVS, which is a fixed price of what we have to be paid, it's a lot of money. So $3.45 times 10,000 times 12 months.
Yeah, if I could just clarify that. So there's two coverages that are in place. One is called the commercial plan. That covers all employees, dependents, and their other retirees. The other plan is the Medicare plan. It's referred to as an EGWIP, Employer Group Waiver Program. The EGWIP program has roughly, Sarah, 2,000 total individuals.
Also,
covered.
Medicare program is only 2,000.
Yeah, there's only 2,000. So that differential, Councilman, is astute point.
Yeah.
Applies to the 2,000 people. So if you take the $3.40 times 2,000, that's 6,000, on $72,000 a year on an annual spend that approaches $27 million. It is a consideration, but it's not a significant consideration. All of those expense elements went into the analysis. And again, we overlaid all of those expense elements on the last 12 months of claims.
So do they have the copy of the worksheet?
We do.
Yes, can we have a copy?
Absolutely, I can leave you with the entire.
No. We got no time to watch it. So, but just at least you have the worksheet for analyze the financial aspect about that, how many retail claim, how many retail 9-day claim, and so on. So total end of day, ESI, CVS, and the other company, what is the difference, you know what I'm saying?
Okay,
And also,
if I may, I can send you the PDF of that.
yeah, and also like with a Medicare plan, so what is the difference? Because my concern is that the other company was a Medicare per month, only they charge $6.50, but ESI charge $3.45, which is higher than the other company, but that $3.45 difference is not a whole lot of money compared to $28 million, but it's go fixed price every month. It doesn't matter if you have retail claim or 90 claim, even though it's not, still we have to pay for the fee.
We do.
So in other words, like a fitness center, you pay every month, doesn't matter you go once, you go every day, so we just want to make sure that we cover.
We'll send you all of the elements that went into that analysis.
And this is your resolution, so I like to have a copy before this
Okay,
Wednesday, okay?
we'll get it over to you tomorrow.
Okay, good.
If you could coordinate with Marlene,
Yeah.
to make sure that everyone gets that.
Okay.
Anyone else have questions? Robert, I know you wanted to ask something, did you want to?
No, I'll ask it off the record. I'll ask it off the record.
So what are the terms of this agreement? It's 3 years, I mean, we're locked in until the next renewal, is that?
So the Express Scripts contract, one of the things we required was an early out.
Is it what?
An early out. That's the ability for you, the client, to terminate for convenience with 90 days notice. If we have concerns about service, my suggestion would be to execute the renewal with Express Scripts. We will conduct, I spoke to HR about this. Their suggestion that came from council was to conduct an employee survey. We can put that together, we do it all the time. When we get the results of that survey, share that with Express Scripts, and we'll do that pronto. We'll give them an opportunity over a month to digest those results, put into place an action plan, a corrective action plan, and we'll bring them here in front of council to present that corrective action plan. In the event that we don't like the plan or they're not executing, at your convenience, you have the option to terminate that agreement in 90 days.
90 days, right? And so, let me ask a quick question, sir. How much we pay admission fee 2018?
How much should we pay for it?
Administrative fee the last year?
The actual fee itself, I don't have that information.
Yeah.
But it will be on the spreadsheet.
Okay, great.
Where they make their money, it's a red herring. The admin fee, you'll look at it, you say, okay, it's 50 cents a script, 140,000 scripts, that's not, I mean, it's real money. It's $70,000 plus the exit fee of another, $70,000. So fixed costs are $140,000. Where they make money is in spread pricing. What they buy the drugs for and what they sell them to the pharmacies for. And so the real negotiation and where the city saves money is in the depth of the discounts and the dollar amounts that they guarantee on rebates back to the city.
So the rebate is legal?
Pardon?
The rebate is legal?
Rebates is a bad term.
So that's what I'm saying.
It's a bad term.
So when I see that the rebate price will scratch my head.
No, it's the manufacturers, big pharma, there's a reason they use rebates. They will not discount their prices for brand drugs. And they don't do that because they want to get top dollar at retail. So the way that they be more competitive with the big PBMs, the way that they are more competitive with big PBMs, is rather than reducing their price, they extend rebates back to the PBM. There's nothing illegal about it. It's been around for 25 years. It's how the business operates. It's important to us as the city to get the majority of those rebates. So in the contract, that's part of what we review, is the minimum rebate guarantee.
So how much we get the rebate last year?
3.6 million.
So we get the $3.6 million rebate, right?
In manufacturing.
But when I see that our budget book today, they're located somewhere, $3.6 million.
Yeah, no, it's all included in the top line prescription item. So it's essentially a net number.
What?
It's a net number. It's all included in the prescription budget number. It's not broken out like where each of the elements go. We can provide that, but it's not
Yes,
broken
I
out
think
in the budget.
because at least we only know that when you see the expensive, how much we pay, but we don't know what kind of revenue. So $3.6 million is a lot of dollars, you know what I'm saying?
It's built into that number, Councilman, so it's an offset to the total spend. So if we're budgeting, say, 27 million, you spent almost 31, but that was offset by 3.6 million in rebates.
I think that's not fair. We should be knows that if it's a cost of $31 million, there should be $31 million but it's offset by rebate so much, so we all knows, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we report that.
Yeah.
We report that on a monthly basis to the city.
So even though we get the dollars as a gift, after city council passed a resolution, we receive dollars, you know what I'm saying?
But we don't, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't accept dollars, we just don't pay as much, right?
We do, you actually do get rebate checks.
Okay.
Oh,
And you also, in addition to that, we get subsidies from the federal government.
Yes,
Medicare.
yes, because you understand, right? If we get the $3.6 million rebate, that $3.6 million should be locate our revenue column. John mentioned, I'm talking to you.
Councilman, it gets replenished back into the account. So if we have $1 million in exposure and payments, we pay $800,000 and the $200,000 gets put.
But still,
But a good point. It's very similar to, we come in front of the council and we talk about reinsurance. It's the same as reinsurance. That comes back in the form of checks for claims over, I think we're $275, anything over $275,000 up to unlimited. Checks come back to the city from the reinsurer. That is then deposited into 802, the insurance account to offset.
so what I'm saying is that the minute we receive a check from the, as a revenue, as a rebate, whatever it's called, they should be, have to be in here located.
Okay, and we report that, and we do segregate that, so it's an accounting.
That's on our side, that's on
Yeah.
on the city side, to
Okay.
figure that out.
All right, so,
So just, I just want to say for the record, I have a different experience than Councilman Boggiano. I said it at the last meeting about this, and I expressed it several years ago when we first did this and first authorized the agreement. So having service issues and concerns and issues with regard to their service delivery around this. I will admit, and I said this the last meeting as well, that it has improved for me over the past, but I am curious what it's like for other employees. Is it just employees or retirees who are also?
Retirees too.
Yeah. So I'm curious what I'd like to know what employees and retirees think of the service and leave that option open. I know you are, but
I've had them for the police department for years and years, and I've had them now for the last 10 years retired from the police department. And Rolando, let me tell you something, I don't have anything to do with them, but their prescriptions come right on time. You can call them up and they're.
I would just like to get a survey and see from the broader employees around that stuff, because my experience was not the same, although of late it's been better. But as I said at the time, last meeting as well, it's largely because I do everything through the app now, right? So like, I don't deal with customer service, I don't deal with people on their end, and my life has been better since doing that. That doesn't mean that the customer service experience is better. It's just, I found technology to be a bit easier to deal with them at this point, so.
I agree with Council President, because when you spend the $28 million, $30 million, at least we are the customer, we should have some kind of decent survey once a year, so how the people react, how the people believe that the service, express, so.
When they do their own survey, and I would take that with a grain of salt. Ironically, they always exceed the target. So our suggestion would be, to your point, that we craft our own survey here.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
identify claim users, send a survey out to claim users. In order to get responses, we will also tell individuals that if you respond and submit, we'll put you into a drawing for a gift card.
That's true.
That way you get.
Just make sure.
Councilor Rivera?
I mean, I would agree with the council president. I think that, I'm not sure, how much info you can take back, and I had a lot to say, but I think the customer service of Express Scripts is abysmal. It's like horrific, and it's something that something should be changed. I mean, I would not vote on this contract just because of the customer service is horrible. There's some people that don't have access to applications, don't have access to that. And, if that can change, that would be good, but your customer service is by far worse.
It's not great. It's not great with any of the big PBMs. What we can do and have in place is we have an inbound customer service line at Acrisure, which is staffed by, 6,000 people to turn over 20% a month, and so it's a learning curve. It's staffed by 4 or 5 people, so we can certainly make that number available. We have in the past, but as part of the outbound outreach program to employees and retirees, we'll reiterate that in writing. That way you're talking to a live body that actually knows what you're asking.
143,000 claim, we'll just see, you know what I'm saying? The safe side, because the way he say he's right. Okay? All right, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
The analysis that you have, what format is it? Memo, PowerPoint, when you met with the DA, HR?
Cover memo and then a PowerPoint.
Okay, and that's what you're gonna send us?
Yes.
Okay,
There's a lot of pages there, but
that's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's get up Nick from PSE&G.
Just make sure we keep saving our taxpayer dollars.
Nick? Yeah.
Right?
It's an ordinance, 3D.
Oh, yeah, that's right, the poll.
Folks, this is 3D.
Nick, what is your last name? Nicholas Constantino.
Nick is from PSE&G. This is an ordinance of the city authorizing the execution of a grant of easement agreement with Public Service PSE&G Company to permit the installation, use, maintenance, and repair of a pole anchor on city-owned property known as Block 2304, Lot 16, near the intersection of Congress Street and New York Avenue. Would you like to say anything, Nick?
It's just a 5x15 easement area for a new utility pole. It's going to be going in the public right away, and it's going to be a guy wire that's coming off the pole and then anchored into the ground, and then that's it, just for stabilization. And
Okay. Councilman Yun, this is your ward.
Just, I have one asking one, because there's a New York Avenue, next block is West Avenue.
I'm sorry, say that again?
West Avenue, West?
Next block is West Avenue.
West Avenue.
The street?
Yeah, next block is West.
It's
Can you able to, this is just one of my favors asking you. I got no problem with this one. But corner of the Congress and the West Avenue, because they have a huge tree, so even though they have a street light, that the corner is so dark, and especially corner has a bar. You know what I'm saying? So if we able to, PSE&G, generous enough, put in another extra street light in that corner, Congress and West Avenue, I'm really appreciate it, and I will thank you for this one too. Okay.
I can definitely I can definitely call someone right now to find out if that's possible.
Yeah.
If you'd like, someone was coming here to meet me here, the head of engineering, and he actually had told me to
So
call him.
location is Congress and the West Avenue.
Why don't you guys work that
Yeah,
out?
you know that the bar.
It's sounding like good protocol right now.
Yeah, you guys can work that out later, okay?
Yeah. But I mean, just.
You have do you have his email and phone number?
I will get it
Oh,
before I
please.
leave.
I'll give it.
Yes, sir. You want lighting?
We can discuss that.
He wants some yes. I thought I was a little confused. I didn't know if it was. I was looking for Webster Avenue on here.
Can the chief go next? Sure.
I can definitely find that for you.
Huge tree cover the side. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
West Avenue.
Chief,
Thank you,
oh,
sir.
you're all done, Nick, thank you.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Chief has Z12, 13, 14, 15. Z12, 13, 14, 15.
I'll get there in a second, Council President. And my voice is bound to fail on me sometime tonight, so. So we're starting at 16?
Whichever one you want to start at. 15.
15, that's a contract with Safeware, Inc. for cleaning, decontaminating, inspecting, and repairing all firefighter protective gear and accessories through the Government Alliance.
Oh, no.
15 or 12?
15.
We're starting at 15?
He's going backwards.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
Well,
you
it's
said-
13, 14, 15.
Okay.
12, 13, 14.
12, 13, 14, 15.
All right, well, we'll do firefighter 1 for swift water rescue training.
We're going back to 12.
We're going
Okay,
back to
C12 first.
12 first?
For firefighter 1 LLC for swift water rescue training. Anything you want to say about that, Chief?
No,
Straightforward.
Unless they have questions, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Straightforward.
ongoing training,
Anyone?
yeah.
Questions about that?
All right, 13 is first priority emergency vehicles for 1 2019 Chevrolet Colorado truck and 4 2019 Chevrolet Equinox sport vehicles for the Department of Public Safety Division of Fire through the Sourcewell Purchasing Program.
Yes.
Who are these vehicles for?
The Equinoxes are going to go to fire prevention. We're increasing the part-timers, and we need the extra vehicles for them to get out to do the fire prevention program we're rolling out to the rest of the city, where we're getting all the non-life hazard buildings that we haven't gotten in years to reduce fires. We're hoping up to like 30% reduction in 2 years with all the extra staff. So we only have about 9 cars there, so we need, each of these vehicles is going to go to another person that we're
The
hiring.
Equinox is the tiniest SUV Chevy.
Yeah, it's one inspector that goes out.
They come with shoe warrants?
Yes,
They come with shoe
yes, they
warrants?
do.
Good.
Giant size. Yeah, so these are the most economical ones we could find. They don't really make a hybrid that's usable in public safety, because we looked at that too, because I know the mayor is pushing that.
Yep.
So these are the most economical ones we can find. And then the other one, the Colorado, is going to replace one of the battalion cars, because we found that the current...
It's a pickup.
Yeah, it's a pickup truck. It sections off all the gear and all the everything, all the tools in the back. So the off-gassing and everything else is away from the passenger compartment. We're testing those out because we're finding the Explorers aren't holding up as well as we'd like. That's the reason why. And that's coming out of fire prevention money.
Let me ask you this one, the business edition.
Yeah.
The money come up $106,000.
Yep.
The trust accounts.
It's fire prevention. So that's money we get from fees and fines and that type of stuff. And we're allowed to buy stuff at it. As long as we use them for fire prevention or part-time fire prevention vehicles, we're covered under that, and we can use that money. So it's free, it's at no cost to the city.
Go to the trust account.
Correct.
Okay, that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
And also another one. If I see that here, Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative,
It's a co-op.
It's a co-op.
the
yeah.
co-op. It's like when I see that here, almost we're gonna spend $250,000. Any other purchasing that organization not sell this kind of stuff? Only Sourcewell, this is the only one company?
I don't know what others.
No, that's one of the, that company is part of a co-op, so we were
We're
looking at.
probably one of 40 towns that use it.
Right, right. It's just a lot easier to go through the co-op because one, we don't have to bid. 2, we can order what we want, and it's at state contract prices, so or at the co-op prices. So we get the biggest bang for the buck when we do it that way.
Oh, so this is the, not only the leading company, but the price-wise, they are the most, the lowest price. they provide.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
want to make sure.
Yeah.
So, Councilman, so we participated in probably about a dozen or so cooperative purchasing contracts.
Yes.
The price is based on volume. So, you know, we're one of many that buy through Sourcewell. We've actually purchased a number of vehicles last year through the Sourcewell contract. And it allows the dealers to give us bulk pricing, which drives the number down. It actually works better than the state contract because state contract's limited to New Jersey. Cooperative purchasing is the entire country. So, you know, the prices that I sat with Chief Giulio, these are the pricing was pretty.
So that's the reason we spend almost a $250,000 purchase vehicle from this company, because they provide lowest price, the best service.
Yeah, and what we're doing is, everything we're getting, all the equipment is being put in by them.
Okay.
So we don't have to go to the repair shop, radio repair, or whatever else. They're aiding in everything. Lights, sirens, everything, yeah. So it's a one-stop shopping, and it's a better quality product in the long run. And like I said, it's out of fire prevention money, so it's really not costing the city anything.
Okay, how big is the fire prevention budget? A trust account?
There's 3 different trust accounts. We get stuff, 50% of what the state collects when they do inspections here. We get stuff from insurance companies, and we also get stuff from our fees and fines and that type of stuff. So it revolves over throughout the year. So we try and use up as much as we can, but there's always a little bit of a buffer just in case an emergency happens. But so you know, some of them have a couple $100,000 in it. Total, I'm not sure what we have now.
Would it be possible for the meeting on Wednesday to get a breakdown of those accounts and what they've been spent on over the last year?
Yeah, probably could do that.
I just-
John, you can provide that, or your office will provide it?
I believe council have access.
Yeah, or Dennis Newman, the fire official, yeah, he keeps track of all that stuff,
So
yeah.
by the 3 different trust accounts, right?
Yes,
State and how much they got, where they spend it, itemized.
yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of it pays for, it pays for the part-timers, pays their salaries. That we have flexibility of using it for a lot of different things, as long as it's related to fire prevention stuff. One account, we can buy equipment and things like that, or we can pay for leases on fire trucks and that type of stuff, so.
Okay.
But it's limited on a lot of the stuff we can do it, so. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
14 is next.
Before we move on, I just want to,
First priority for...
Robert, before we move on,
Sorry, sir.
I just want to, we talked about trying something do this, so just to recap what you're going to be getting from folks so that we stay on top of it. Can you just share with everyone?
Breakdown of accounts from your account.
Right, from the fire prevention,
From the
yes.
fire prevention, how much is in the accounts, how much you spent out of the accounts.
Right,
correct?
for 2018, yeah.
2018.
Yeah.
Thanks, okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going on to first priority for 2019 Chevy Silverado truck.
Same deal, only this is a bigger truck. It's for the deputy chief who actually has an aide with him. They have a lot of equipment, command boards, and a lot of other stuff in it. Right now, we went to, the last time we bought our apparatus, it was one of the Ford Explorers. We downsized to see if that would work. It's way too small to fit all the equipment and those people in it. Same thing, it's a pickup again. We're getting into a more heavy-duty chassis that'll hold up better. These will probably last twice as long as the other vehicles, so a little bit extra expense is well worth it. And it also separates all their equipment from the passenger compartment in case of a rollover or off-gassing and that type of stuff. That's the recommendation by the National Fire Prevention Association. So that's what that's for.
What's the old truck going to be used for?
The old truck is going to be used as a spare backup. We are giving some of our older fleet back for this car and for the battalion car.
Back to...
Back to DPW gets it, and what they do with it, it's up to them.
Okay, so this one is going to be a spare, not DPW? Or
Oh, yeah, the one that's replacing, yeah. We have spares that are much older. So the oldest of the cars, we're giving back, which are similar type, the old boxy style Ford Explorers.
And Marty, do you know what you guys are doing with those?
Well, like they'll be taking out of service, they're like 2004s, and they pretty much exceeded their life cycle.
So what do you do with them?
Auction them off.
Auction them off.
They're really not worth much.
Elusive auction, huh?
2004, do we ever get anything from cars that old, or you just send them to scraps? I mean,
Very
Right.
rarely. We actually will be doing an auction soon of a lot of vehicles. Most of them we've cannibalized. A lot of like older police cars will take, other vehicles. But by the time we get done with them, you get a scrap value for the most part.
Scrap, I think so, yeah.
So we've done a couple of auctions at this point for vehicles taken out of,
Yeah, we've done one since I've been here. And I think the dollar amount for everybody, so it was a junk auction. Our stuff was junk, and I can get that one from versus on what we had, we got on it.
can you provide us with the information on that?
Send it over to me.
The last auction for city vehicles,
Junk vehicle.
and not to get off topic, but I don't know that I ever got, for the other auctions that we did for things in the, did I get that? The results
Yeah, it was
of
a few
past
meetings
auctions?
ago. Yeah, it was for the impounded vehicles.
Impounded vehicles.
Yeah. And I saw it come through an email.
You saw something? Okay.
Yeah. Let me track that down.
Okay, you want to recap that, just to?
How much we're getting from the auctions for junk vehicles.
Okay,
Right?
great. Okay, Chief?
15 is the last one.
Yep.
And that's award of a contract to Safeware Inc. for cleaning, decontamination, what have you, of firefighter uniforms and equipment. That's pretty much self-explanatory.
Right. The budget's up because we're cleaning all the gear now, once a year, as mandated by NFPA. Nobody else bid the contract, so same company that's been doing it is doing it now. Good?
Okay, no
All right.
questions.
And
Thank you.
I'll email you, is that okay? The stuff for fire prevention?
Email me, Marlene St.
Okay, okay.
So, let me question this one. No, really, Safeware Incorporation.
Say that again, Larry?
Safeware Incorporation located Maryland. And the company will provide and they locate the Bronx.
Correct.
So, Stephen, New Jersey has a 565 municipal government located in Stephen, New Jersey.
Right.
And the most municipal government has a fire department, have a smaller. And they have no company located in Stephen, New Jersey, clean firefighters, gears, and so on. So,
This is the only company that'll clean that many sets of gear in a year.
is that right?
Yeah. We tried for Lions, which is the company who actually makes the gear. They wouldn't give us a quote. They didn't want to do it, I guess.
Rather sell you new one.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah.
But I
And
mean,
because we haven't been cleaning them on schedule, they're starting to deteriorate and fall apart, so when we do send them for cleaning, they're condemning them. And that's my biggest problem, is replacing all these sets of gear. Because over the past 10 years, nobody's really been enforcing the cleaning. I am.
But
And,
no vendors provide service in Stephen, New Jersey at all.
not that we could find, no. This is the only company that was willing to put a bid on it.
Business administrator. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because, as I say, we have around 565 municipal governments. Almost we have 550 fire department located in Stephen, New Jersey. But they have no vendors provide this kind of services in Stephen, New Jersey. I'm going to scratch my head.
No, again, there are a few, but a lot of them are small time. Like they'll do, these volunteer departments in the suburbs, and they do like.
But doesn't matter if it's a volunteer or not.
No,
the
but I'm
fire-
saying the scale of it. A lot of them do like sets of five sets of gear at a time. We're looking at hundreds. So it's a big operation.
Okay, folks, we've got a lot of side conversations going on. It's,
So there are no vendors located.
There are not many that do this, period, and there are not many that do it at this scale.
And not all fire departments follow the regulations and send their gear to get sent out to get cleaned.
Some of this stuff is hazardous.
Yeah. And like what happened at a fire we had with asbestos contamination in the school, this company wouldn't even clean it, so we had to basically get rid of that gear, and we got insurance money back for it, but it's very particular on the NFPA specifications on how to clean gear. It has to be done yearly. We have now, because of contracts, we have to buy 2 sets of gear for every firefighter. That's about $3,000 or $4,000 a set, and we have we got 600 plus firemen, times 2, it's 1,200 sets. That's a lot of gear to set. That's a big
This
company
is
that has to
open
do that.
country, right?
What's that?
This is open country. So if we not provide service, they're not charged for that.
I don't know.
I'm not sure about that.
Pay as we go.
Yeah, we pay as we go.
Oh,
Yes. If we don't send, it's averaging about $100 a set for cleaning, unless they have to do some repairs, which will eat up some of the money in the beginning, because there probably will be repairs because we haven't been doing it enough. But once we get it rolling, that price probably next year will come down with the estimates, because there won't be as much repair work needed.
So we pay as we go.
As we go, right. So if I only send 2 sets there, it's only costing us $200.
So how much was it last year with our cost was it?
Last year, we had
How much we spent?
about $30,000, and we asked for another, I think, $45,000, if you remember, because we started doing the cleaning program correctly, which we had never have done. So now we estimated $100 a set or so, times 1,200, is your $120,000 plus, something to that effect.
Okay.
All right?
Yep. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much.
thank you. Okay, Andy, you want to come on up here? Andy's here from Recreation. He's got 10X. Just one item.
You should on his name change. Rob. Hey, Andy, how are you? Andy, what are you here for?
10X.
10X.
It's authorizing the submission of an application for the Jersey City Summer Food Program Grant for calendar year 2019. This is pretty self-explanatory, folks. Okay?
Last summer,
Folks, I'm sorry, everyone, yeah, 10X.
last summer, a couple constituents reached out to me with their kids in the program, and specifically about the nutritional options related to the summer food program, and specifically milk. And that I guess the state guidelines that we follow, I guess, alternate between regular milk and chocolate milk.
Correct.
And they were wondering if there could be basically a non-sugar option, at least available on each day. And I'm wondering if that's something we can either write into this, or in any way, ensure to make sure that there's at least sort of the healthy option is at least available on all days.
It can be done, but it's the state that regulates it.
Okay.
Now, whether they approve it, that's something different.
So we're doing a state submission.
Totally.
So can we, do you guys have a lot of ideas, can we like sort of either petition the state to change it or change it on our own and ask for their approval? Do you know?
What I'll do, I'll have the person who actually administers this.
Okay, great.
See if it can be, I won't say amended, but included in.
Right.
And what was the name of the milk?
It was just whole milk. They wanted a whole milk option available at all every day.
Well, they did have whole, they had white and chocolate.
What she told me was that they alternate. So one day.
I'll tell you what it is. Every day is usually a chocolate and a white.
So that's what she was hoping, but I mean, she was very clear to me that it was the only option was chocolate.
No, that's not.
Well, let's can we have a conversation then?
Sure.
Who's the person?
Alita Carter.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. So why don't we set up a conversation just offline, and then we can just clarify and move forward. I mean, and I have to
Maybe
go back.
they ran out of chocolate.
I can.
so-
I don't know. Hold on. I can dig through my emails because there was an email about this last
Sometime
summer.
that happens.
It's been a while, so.
And it would be running from June 24th through August 19th, and expected to serve approximately 3,690 children per day.
How many children, Kim?
3,690 per day
Sorry. X.
across the city.
Okay, any other questions about this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so how much is the total spending? Is it $260-some thousand?
I don't have that figure, Councilman Young.
Yeah.
It's a reimbursement grant, Councilman Yu,
Yeah.
so we don't know in advance.
Mel, do you want to just announce for the record?
Melissa Zachowitz, it's a reimbursement, so we don't know ahead of time what we will be getting until we submit our reports. So the gentleman who offered the number of students reached, that's the way that we can quantify our reach on this. And however many we serve, even if it extends beyond that, we'll get reimbursed for every child that we can prove that we serve.
So my question is very simple, because we're going to provide for breakfast and lunch 3,690 kids in Jersey City, and the total budget on $260,000. They're going to distribute for 79 locations. But if you see that they're providing lunch and the breakfast, the lunch costs like $2.20, and that's the 60% off, $3.65. And the breakfast, the cost is $1.14, it's 55% of $2.09. If we calculate it, so let's say total budget divided by breakfast and lunch, how many kids you provide, that's what we say. So last year, we received that $3.65 for the lunch for the kids, but actually we spending for the by bidding $2.20. There any way we can, that's what I want to say. If the budgeting towards $3.65, can we improve the quality food to close to $3.65 instead go by bid? We only provide the lowest and the cheapest food we can provide.
I think you have to ask Melissa that.
It's a purchasing question, and it's a great question, by the way. We would really want our Alita Carter Recreation Department to work with purchasing when they meet with the vendors to really talk about the quality of the issue that you and Councilman Solomon have brought up. The vendor can choose to provide additional things beyond what the state requires. And I think it would be a great idea for recreation to work with purchasing to get us to that dollar amount.
Councilman Young, I ask this.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you want a higher value lunch and higher value breakfast?
Yes, because,
Is that what you're saying?
yes, because if we budget to us, let's say $260,000.
No, I understand the
Yes.
complexity.
If we provide 3,000 kids, 3,600 kids, then because we put the bid, we're gonna go to lowest bid. So what happened? If we pay 3,600 kids by $260,000, we're able to provide the kids for the lunch, $3.65 value of the lunch, breakfast at $2.09. But because we go to bid, we only provide lunch for the $2.20, breakfast at $1.14. So in other words, we have a manager there, then why won't you give to some better quality food? And my next question is this one. This meal program only provides Monday to Friday, and the breakfast and lunch. But kids who need the breakfast and lunch program, then rest of the period of time, how are they going to, who's provide the breakfast and lunch? School?
Oh, what days are you saying? You said Monday through Friday, so what are you saying?
As
Weekends?
long as
No,
the
no.
program lasts.
When the program is over,
Okay.
then who provide the breakfast and lunch for these kids
Well,
who
it's-
need the,
It's approximately 3 weeks
yeah, 3
before school.
Yeah, but
So
we have
that's-
to eat the meal every day, 3 meals a day, 365 days. But this only program is only summertime. I'm saying after this 4 weeks over, then who provide those
So
kids?
there's no one to ask that, but so to answer that, so what you're saying, the program should be extended 3 more weeks?
3 more weeks or 5 months, so it's the rest
That's
of
what
the
you're
The
saying,
answer should
because
be
there's
the
no
parents.
program there, so
Good,
you only
that's
can
what he
provide
asked.
as long as the
He's
program is.
asking, it should be extended 3 more weeks.
Yeah.
Now, is that possible? Oh, no, Melissa, help me.
Well, I think that is another great point, and I think maybe talking to the state about increasing the length of the program would be a really great and welcome addition to our Jersey City summer programming.
So you know what I'm saying, right?
No, I clearly understand. Now, the other part to that could possibly be the recreation budget, quote unquote, extending the recreation workers that's in the food program.
Correct.
That could be the other issue. Okay, so in other words, if it's extended three more weeks, so all those monitors and all those other people have to be paid. So I'm quite sure that's gonna affect the budget, and then that starts something else.
You're
You know, but I
extending it.
concur with what you're saying, they still need to eat the last 3 weeks. I understand, but with the recreation budget, extending that with all those employees, it could be an issue. Unless you approve some extra money for recreation.
But you know what,
Instead to
how
say
does
that,
the food taste? Because a lot of times children don't eat it. You know, we could be spending money and the food doesn't taste like it.
From year to year,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Portman, you have different years, you have different foods. Different days you have good food, and different days you have
From the
bland
same
food.
company?
Well, it's only from one company. Once the contract is there, they're there for that year. So whatever they serve is what was agreed on. Now, in most cases, it's all kosher. That's one thing. And it's usually a fruit, vegetable, a fruit in the morning, with either cereal, something to that nature. Yes, Rob? No. Oh. And in the lunch, it's either, it's a variation, it could be turkey ham or bologna, beef bologna. It's different things. Some days it's very good, some days it's just there. Now, some of the kids, as I've been to different sites, some of the kids actually eat. A lot of kids eat, and then some of them don't eat. They might just eat the fruit and drink the milk and leave the cereal, because the different types of cereal that they feed the kids, a lot of kids don't like. The wheat this, the wheat that, which may be healthy, but not what the kids like. You know, so.
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
So I have to show to him that.
You guys will talk offline. As far as closing this out, thank you, Andy. So you and James will get together and talk about these healthy options and so forth. There's nothing from Marlene here to do on that, okay?
Can I ask one question on something that's right here in the house?
What's that?
On the G? Can I ask one question on that?
On what?
Oh, we can talk offline about it. Yeah,
Well, talk
I'll email
offline,
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's up next?
Yeah, no, we'll talk about it.
okay. Bernadette, you're up.
Yes, sir. Say no.
She has Z9. Okay, where, let's, Z9, 10, 11. Z9, 10, 11.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me do.
You want me to do it?
You can do it.
Z9 is an award of contract to Lenovo US for the purchase and delivery of Lenovo monitors and workstations.
These are specifically designed engineering workstations for AutoCAD, for the architects and engineering staff to outfit them. They did not receive new computers when everybody else did because they need these specialized machines. So now we're getting their specialized machines taken care of. They also get double monitors for them because they're working with big plans.
What do they have today?
They also have specialized workstations today. They're just about 4 to 5 years old, so they really are reaching the end of their life and have been having, yes.
In 4 to 5 years, it's that quick in terms of the...
Yes.
Because, not that I want to deprive them of, new equipment, but it's, we're about to go through the budget and it's a lot, We're asking them, our residents, so it's a lot of money, $72,000. But is there... So, I guess how is their work impaired by those machines today?
Well, number one, some of the machines are starting to fail, so power supplies and things like that, pieces and parts, and because they are no longer under warranty, that's part of the problem. We also have some new employees that have been hired in those divisions, and so all we've been able to give them is what we have on hand, which is not sufficient. So they're actually not able to run AutoCAD on the machines that we've given them.
Do you know how many employees don't have AutoCAD anymore?
3 or 4 of them, as I recall. We expect these machines to, our regular replacement cycle is to keep machines for 5 or 6 years, and we run them through a cycle where people will have a new machine after usually 2 to 3 years, because we rotate them down, because different people have different levels of skill. These machines are so specialized that they basically sit in those departments with those employees until they're dead. We are going to try to take the usable machines that are in those departments now and see if we can't recycle them and use them, because we do believe there will be useful life out of them, just not for the level of use that they need.
So this is a special workstation. It's
These
not
are
like a desktop. Right?
These are desktop computers, but they are very highly specialized. They have
I can see the price.
additional processors, additional RAM. They need very, very large hard drives
Maybe
that are
2
fast. Yeah,
Maybe 3 fan.
and it's because of the demands of the rendering, that they need to do with the design, graphical design.
They use it to make all the drawings.
Yes. I hope they don't play with the game with that.
No.
Actually,
We make sure they can't install that kind
that's
of
what they
stuff.
use for.
How long is the warranty on these new machines?
They will be 5 years warranty.
And we didn't have 5 year on the old ones?
Probably not. Most of the equipment before I got here was only bought with 3-year warranties.
Okay.
So 5 years warranty, right?
Okay,
Actually, it's probably 4-year warranty, because that extra year, if it actually dies in that 5th year, that's about the time we would be replacing it anyway. So as a value statement, it's a very high cost added year that we really don't necessarily need, because we would be looking to replace at that point.
And this is why it has to
Because we
come
would
out of
keep them for
operating
4 years.
expenses,
It's
because it
capital.
doesn't have a,
These are purchased out of capital.
okay, then they have.
They need at least 5 years.
5
Yes,
years.
exactly.
So,
Right,
They just make it to the
Yep.
finish line. Okay.
absolutely.
Okay,
All right, so
Next
next
item.
is 10 Software House International Corp.
Yes.
Sounds like a pancake house. For the support of proprietary spatial logic software licenses.
Spatial Data Logic,
Under state
SDL.
contract.
SDL is the application we use in multiple departments for permitting and licensing. We, last year, reduced the number of licenses that we have with them, and we're continuing with that lower number of licenses for this year. And we are still looking for another application.
And the city clerk's office is desperate that you renew this because we have a bunch of Oprah requests piling up because we don't have a contract with Spatial Logic.
This is,
No,
that
that's
is
not.
large stocks.
Large
It's
stocks.
not
Which we're,
related.
yeah, which we're working on that separately.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're already, we've talked about this a couple times, but we're looking at upgrade options from SDL to other platforms, and we're getting there, so.
This is the first time we have a contract with them?
No.
No, we use it, right?
No,
We've
we
been
use this.
since maybe
This is
2012, I think, we
But sounds like when the city clerk's office said, we got so much Oprah requests.
it's a
so-
different program that
So
we're talking about.
that's what I'm saying, sounds like this is, feel like this, we use the first time we use this software. It's not, right?
No,
No.
it's not correct.
I'm confused, I'm getting my STL.
So you're looking to move away from this?
We're doing our research now. We've moved away, what did we start with already?
Health
Health.
and
Health never had a module,
Right.
right? We're moving our IT request form to this new company called GovPilot. And the land management piece, which is the largest piece, we're still doing research on all the options and doing some demos and that sort of stuff. SDL provides that for us now. We're trying to see, just to make sure we're getting the right price on this, but also we have the best technology. So we're going through that process now.
So maintenance fee as when you started here the first time, almost 4 years ago, right?
no, it's only been about 2.5.
How many?
2.5.
Oh, 2.5 years. You give the very good impression that every city council members that, IT department, you're willing to go some kind of increase efficiency of department to save the dollars and so on. So, I mean, you did a great job so far. So now my question is that when we make software license agreement, first year price is so much we understand. Because the first time they come up, they have to come give the certain orientation, training, so on so. But after first year, the licensing fee should be a little bit slowed down, a little bit lower because, but this is, how much we paid last year?
This is about the same amount that we paid
Same
last
amount,
year.
right?
Yes,
I
sir.
think we should be looking to. So when we make a purchase software license, we should purchase software license at least like a 5 years contract with the price 5 years. Go this way. You know what I'm saying?
If we do that, that will fundamentally change. Most software companies these days are moving towards what is a more stabilized revenue stream for them, meaning they are coming away from a big initial purchase price with a very low annual recurring price, and they are chopping that initial purchase price down and then having higher maintenance costs that flattens out their revenue stream.
So
just like we're interested in flattening out our expense stream, those companies are interested in flattening out their revenue streams because it's more predictable for them. So what I've seen over time is that companies that used to have really big initial price tags and then very small annual maintenance now have a much smaller initial acquisition price and a much larger annual maintenance cost.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
next item.
Z11, Verizon Wireless for wireless devices and services under state contract.
This is our annual contract with Verizon. They are under state contract to provide our telephone services. I can report that since last year, we are greatly reducing our costs through the course of the audit and now analyzing what we were using the cell phones for. We've pulled back a lot of numbers and have discontinued over 100 lines of service since
Great.
last May.
It's been a huge savings, yeah, it's been a big effort.
It's been a big effort, but we've managed to save a lot of money, but we are still happy, generally speaking, with Verizon as a service provider, and so we're interested in continuing with them.
So when you say this, so how much we saved?
Yeah, so we've talked about this a little bit. So we, initially it was like, what was it, 30 or 40,000? But now we're issuing for the first time phones to certain employees. We've changed our policy on this as well. In the past, we've issued phones a little more liberally, and now we're making it, we're requiring a little more justification as to why certain employees should get a phone, and also why they should get a smartphone, which is another charge on top of it. So as we move forward, hopefully, it's probably not going to be the 30 to 40,000 we initially cut off the bill, but it'll be in that range.
So,
And we also made plan changes as
Oh,
well.
yeah,
The
yeah.
plan changes used to be around $50 per smartphone, and they're now down to $30.
oh, okay.
So, yeah,
So
we're
then,
changing the plans.
Can I ask a PA?
Yeah.
Because savings is one thing, but also the other hand, the provider service is very important.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
If we're able to do that same amount, if we increase provide service at paper or Jersey is even better. So now, we councilmen, we have the phone. Thank you for the provide service, so we can do that. But also, our aide, the other one actually received the most phone call for the office, but they not provide the service. So this is the problem. We don't want to give our phone, but also the other hand, we don't want that person use a city business with a private phone. So they have to provide at least 9, 8 the phone have to provide because, yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, so we'll offer to the council the same thing we offer every staff member. If you want your aide to have a phone, just make a request in writing to me,
Okay.
and Bernadette, or one of us, and we'll approve.
I did, I'm sorry.
When?
When I first started working here, I got the whole runaround because aides do not get phones. I was
Right.
told where aides get phones.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And
This
I
is
was
the-
like, there's the whole reason, like exactly what Michael just explained. We're doing
Because I have to text
we're
them.
doing business,
Yeah.
our personal
So,
phones.
You know?
so it's a safety issue and a security issue, you know what I'm saying? So, all the council person, the aide should have the phone. And as Bernadette, I mentioned to that, and the email address have to issue soon because we
this
pay
is,
for them, even though penny, we gotta make sure they provide service on the track, okay?
And this is a good time for me to share, in case some council members haven't heard, but today in the state legislature, they approved the legislation that would allow for the council aides to remove the salary cap and limits there.
That's right,
And so it's just waiting for the governor's signature, is my understanding.
yeah.
And,
Was it? I didn't see the final version. Was it
Yeah.
approved?
What did they pass?
They passed legislation that would lift the salary cap for council aides, so we will have the option of having one full-time aide or 2 part-time aides.
Nobody's happy about it
And
either.
the council person will have an option.
So I've been working with Assemblywoman McKnight and Assemblyman Mukherjee on this for a month. It's been months. You guys were pressing this like a year ago, and it just takes.
No,
took
4
a while.
years
3
ago.
years, 4 years, yeah.
No,
Well,
4
okay,
years.
so
I just
since
wanted,
it's you,
I
okay.
just wanted
I
out
was
there.
not BA back then.
Right, I guess, it was 4 years ago.
Brian Platt,
This has
this is,
been going on for 3 administrations.
Oh, well,
Brian
okay.
Platt, this is what it is.
Yeah.
We asking is not for the self-service.
No.
We
Understood.
asking for more, improved our public service. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So, please, other than that, thank you, keep it going.
I'll chime in. We're asking because it's unfair to pay people $15,000 a year.
Sure.
That's
Right?
the truth.
That's,
Bernadette,
So-
Mike handed in my phone a week ago. If people call me, saying they're calling, I'm not returning the calls, because I don't know they're calling me, and then they're calling this phone. I'd like my phone back.
Okay.
New phone.
Why, what did you do?
Was it broken?
It was broken, there was a piece of junk for the last year. It kept on dying, I gave it to Mike a week ago, he sent it down to you, I believe, sometime last week.
Okay, I'll check into that.
Just to my point about that is just council aides will now have, some of them will have additional responsibilities, and so the phone is absolutely critical.
Sure.
Very crucial.
Can you guys provide some documentation around the outcomes of the audit? So,
Yeah.
Can you provide us with a list of every phone that's issued and to whom, just so we have a sense of how sensitive it is?
I think that's okay with I don't know what personal information. I don't know, we'll
So
probably-
you just have their
are we allowed to-
name,
Yeah, I
and
think
it's
so.
a city cell phone.
Yeah, okay, all right, all right.
Public,
Sure.
Thank you.
I guess it was a personal phone.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep saving,
Marley, did you
find us
get
some.
that?
No.
I
Let's recap what that is.
I just asked for who has phones. components, the list.
Oh, the list of
Yeah,
components.
and then how it might have changed
And the- right.
after the audit, just so we have a sense of it.
Thank you.
Big contract, so it's great that we're saving money as well. Trust but verify.
Yep, absolutely.
So two takeaways from that, the list of who has phones and the audit of that information.
Yeah.
And the second thing is that the council will have access to being able to request and get phones for their council aides as well.
Yep, that's it.
Great.
Simple.
That was it.
That's it? Thank you.
What do we
Mel,
next?
Melissa, you're up.
Go ahead, Rich.
What's the pay for the council aide?
Melissa has 10T and 10U.
What's gonna happen with that?
So once it gets passed, essentially there's no cap on the salary, and then we can do what we got to do.
I thought we already.
We already have enacted legislation, but we could certainly amend it if folks wanted to do that.
And yeah, it's already been budgeted from last year too. So we're like the second the governor signs it, we can talk about what we'll probably talk offline about what the numbers we want.
You wanna call them up?
The governor?
No.
Oh yeah, I got on my cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$10T?
10T and 10U. Sorry to be late.
Where do you want to start? T?
T.
So T is a resolution for the application of grant funds from the State of New Jersey Green Acres Program for the Reservoir Number 3. Funds will be used to build a recreational trail with lighting and signage. That's it.
Is this done or is it waiting, still needs to be approved?
Application.
It's an application.
Before you get into the details, can you just explain how Green Acres works? What's the whole process, how a project's decided, what happens after we approve this? Just give me the whole overview.
Sure. So, Green Acres is a state program funded by the DEP, Environmental Protection, EP. And basically they encumber lands around the state. Once they encumber land, then they consider it for funding. They encumbered lands are encumbered in perpetuity, and the city is expected to maintain those lands through regular maintenance, and then every 24 months, Green Acres opens up a funding stream for parks development and stewardship.
I'd like to ask something. We've been meeting, Mike Young, myself, Pat Stamato, and the engineers, and I think you, Andrew, or John Kuna. How come I know nothing about this?
This is application.
We've been bringing it up in these meetings about how we're looking for grant funding to manage these projects.
People are asking me, it's in Ward C, people are asking me, we've met there several times, and this is the first I've heard of this, was the other day when I picked up this packet.
I mean,
this is going on throughout the city, this is going on consistent.
Applications?
This is
You're aware of this application?
This is,
Yeah, well.
Councilman Yun was aware.
Well, I
I was
wasn't
not
aware.
aware of the word portion. Because their phone was bad. And I think there's a word out portion in Greenway.
So these funds have not yet been awarded.
Right.
We haven't even submitted an application at this stage. Right now, we're just putting in the resolution so that should our application move forward, the city will be eligible to accept it. But we don't have to submit any applications if there's some concern about it. We do have to submit a resolution saying that we're allowed to apply. But the applications aren't due until March 30th. So if there is some concern about the projects, we can certainly table it.
No, it's not.
I think the council members, I don't think it's a concern about.
They don't wanna take.
They don't want to see it tabled, I'm fairly confident of that. What I think the council members are saying is that, why are they not in the loop on
That's all.
decisions that affect their wards in particular?
I'd like to go back, when you get this grant, if it does, I'd like to go back to the people in the community over there and see what they're asking for. Who do you work for, the city or?
I work for the city. I do have a letter of support from the Jersey City Parks Coalition, the Reservoir Alliance, the Planning Board, and the Pershing Field Garden
Friends of Garden.
Garden Friends.
All right.
You know, no? Mike was aware of this.
Councilman Yun is very much aware.
Well, most of those people from Ward D people from Ward C are talking to us, and we don't know anything about it.
Right.
And
It's just
this
that
is
they
what,
have to be-
you know,
It was cited in the State of the City.
I know, I heard it the other night. He doesn't even know where the reservoir is, it's in Ward C.
Councilman Solomon.
Well, I don't want to, sorry, let me just make sure I understand the problem. So every 24 months, the state opens up funds. Is there like a limit to how much we can get, or can we apply for?
That's a great question. So we apply for a project.
Okay.
And the project can be as expensive as we want it to be. It could be a Berry Lane Park project. When we applied for that, was 20-something million dollars. Green Acres typically awards for development somewhere between 500 and 1 million. So we expect somewhere around 700,000-800,000 for this project. But if we submit a project that is much greater, like we did with Berry Lane, then in the future, we can just send them a letter saying, we submitted this, you gave us 800,000, we need 23 million, and now we want to reapply for additional funding to finish the project.
Okay, that makes sense. And so we submit this resolution, and you submit the grant. When do we hear back?
The timeline is a little bit flexible depending on how quickly the state moves, but we expect to hear back somewhere late summer.
So somewhere in the late summer, we'd find out what they're funding, and then we would implement, and then 24 months later, we do it again.
Correct.
Okay. That answers my process questions. I have some specific questions, but I don't want to go to the wordy stuff yet.
So can I ask this one? Because the Reservoir Tree Alliance, they contact with us. They say we're going to spend $1.179 million. Their major concern, where they're going to spend the $1.179 million. So do me a favor, instead explain to us, to what Rich was on, contact with the Reservoir Alliance 3, that give us some kind of presentation where we're going to plan to spend the $1.179. So, me and, instead of you, if you give us some, CC to us, we have same page with them, I think it's more courtesy, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate it. And also, the Reservoir 3 deserve to have it because already they waited for 25 years. Yeah. They deserve to have it. 25 years. And this city puts a lot of capital inflow dollars everywhere, but except the Reservoir 3. But if we Reservoir 3 is done, it can be park, it can be summer recreation and the winter recreation, and it can be a lot of multiple use to park only in Jersey City, in Hudson County. And also 007, would you tell the mayor, Reservoir 3 located Ward C, not Ward D.
I think one of the things we should focus on with Reservoir 3, no matter what we do, is its safety concerns. So we should
Great.
eliminate all safety concerns and then
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, this is the key. Number one issue, you say right. Even the one opened to the public, the safety issue was major problem. So first step move on, the place more safer. And the Pat, DPW Director Pat, so far he did a great job. I don't know tomorrow, but so far he did a great job. Pat,
Yeah, Pat.
thank you very much.
Yeah, from the meeting we had, you
Do
put up
something
that
else, you
fence.
always throw a low curve.
But the kids, I had just had 2 young girls climbing up the rock wall by the fence, going in. I stopped the car, got out and told them to get the heck off the rocks. They were climbing into, they're about 15 years old. They gotta put that fence down a little further, put barbed wire on top of something.
Councilman, we're not done yet.
Yeah.
We're still working here.
You did a great job. Actually,
Thanks.
DPW and the city engineer department save millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, the Reservoir 3. So I give a lot of credit to Pat, his leadership, and your leadership bring us some more dollars every 2 years. Let them finish it, okay?
All right. What's the application deadline here?
30th of March.
Oh, so we gotta prove that tonight.
Well, if we don't, we also had to schedule a public meeting, and so that had to be within a certain window. So yes, we aligned this with the public meeting so that we could get all of it out at once.
Okay. So
when is the public meeting?
During the council meeting.
It's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda.
Yeah, on the agenda.
Yeah, we have a slip sheet in there.
I know Councilor Robinson, for Gateway. Can you tell me what is intended to happen at Hamilton Park as well as Gateway Park, how the funding's supposed to be divided, what the process of community input has been? Explain everything to me.
Sure, except that that is the other resolution.
Yeah,
So you want to
yeah.
do, is it okay to do both at the
Are you
same
guys
time,
done
or?
with 10T? I don't want to move us off 10T if you're not done.
Just-
Okay, let's
So
just-
just as a recap on 10T, the Councilman Yun and Bugiano are gonna get some presentation. I'd actually like some information about that as well. As to,
I think the whole council should have one.
To be clear, what is it that you're asking me for, the cost estimate and the breakdown of what the funds will be spent on?
Yeah, so when you spend the $1.17 million, right? Then where they gonna be, what project gonna be spent, so on, so, you
Yeah,
know.
I did bring that with me
Oh, you
tonight.
got that?
Yeah.
if you could provide us the
copy.
budget, I would say
Yeah.
just if you could provide us the budget that's being submitted
Yeah.
I
with
thought
the
This
grant.
was in the packet, no?
No,
This-
No,
it's a
it's
single
not.
sheet. It's a single sheet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So make a copy, just read it now, so.
Yeah, yeah.
we're on the same page.
Want to give it to Marlene?
Yeah.
Well, you talked about the next one, sure. Pass it to Marlene.
Yes.
Yeah, just make a copy of every council. Sure. Keep the good work.
Sure, okay. And Councilman Bojano, just to also alleviate maybe some concerns about safety, we also have applied through some other funding streams for the perimeter fence. We're very concerned about safety at the reservoir as well. I have 2 little kids, so I am with you on that, and we're really excited to move forward on the safety.
Yeah, just excuse me, when you walk in, you're the one that sits at the first desk in there?
I don't, but I do know
I'm just
where
saying,
you.
because I'm trying to,
Okay,
Yeah.
let's move on to 10U.
I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Council members, 10U.
Okay, so 10U is the stewardship arm of the Green Acres funding stream. And by stewardship, they have a really specific definition as it relates to environmental protection. So in this case, we're installing rain gardens, hoping to install rain gardens at Gateway Park and Hamilton Park to mitigate localized flooding and stormwater runoff.
Where at on Gateway Park are you doing that?
I have a map here.
Same with Hamilton.
Yeah, where at on Hamilton Park are you doing that?
So this is the, I don't know if this is helpful to you, if I can pass it down. The Hamilton map I don't have with me, but it's on, so I will give you a little additional background on the stewardship part. We can apply for a particular intervention, such as a rain garden or a bioswale, and we can tell them really specifically where we want to put it. But then the DEP sends their own representatives down and assesses the site, and often they suggest a different location. We've discussed this with the Hamilton Park Conservancy, and they're very aware that the location that we selected, which is pretty close to the, what's that thing called in the middle? The gazebo. Fairly close to the gazebo, we're suggesting a location there based on the Rutgers feasibility study that was done. But we are aware that the DEP may suggest a different location.
And the DEP suggests a different location. Do we have the ability to reject their location?
Yes.
But then they don't give us the money?
Correct.
Okay.
This doesn't typically happen. Typically, there's a process where we would be doing some collaboration with them.
Okay. Can I just ask about Hamilton? I don't want to take us away from Gateway for a minute. Okay, so literally where is it?
We're
East,
suggesting
west, north, south?
So you, my north, south, east, west isn't that great, but you know where the basketball courts are?
I do.
Sort of walking up along that path, kind of
Okay.
in between where the pavilion, the gazebo and the basketball courts are.
Okay, so it's going to be on the northeast quadrant next to the path?
That's our
And
suggestion.
That's our suggestion, okay. And you said you talked to Hamilton Park Conservancy?
Yes.
Okay, who else have you talked to?
At Hamilton Park, I also talked to the Scandinavian school, and we've talked to Conti School about some collaborations with the kids and maintaining that park. We also have a letter of support from the planning board and the Jersey City Parks Coalition.
It's concerning to me on a couple of fronts. One is, it's concerning to me that the planning board has reviewed this to give you a letter of support when this is literally the first time we're hearing about it, and this is literally the week we have to approve this. That's concerning. Second, Hamilton Park is an incredible park. There are so many people who are deeply invested in that park. And the Conservancy is wonderful and they do great things, but they're not the only folks who care about what happens at that park. And so I'm very deeply concerned that I don't want to lose this money because I want improvements to the park, but I'm going to go to the Hamilton Park Neighborhood Association and they're going to scream at me and say, why, we didn't know about this, why didn't we know?
We got the name from the Parks Coalition I'm going to reach out to, but if next time we'll be happy to come to you if you'd rather us go
Yes.
through you and get some
I mean,
names.
you should go through the Parks Coalition, but like, there's a granular knowledge of the politics of that park that's, like, I am deeply involved in, and so that's the first thing. So like, why Hamilton versus, other parks in the Northeast?
It's a great question. And actually, it comes back to the very first question you asked about Green Acres sort of stipulations. They're very interested in what they call shovel-ready projects. And so we really needed to pick a project that we could demonstrate that we have done our homework on for this funding stream. Hamilton Park, because of the feasibility study, made it really easy for us to demonstrate that we have done our due diligence. There are other parks we understand have the same kinds of needs around the city. I would say that there are also other ways of funding those other than a Green Acres. I know Mary Benson Park was brought up as a concern that would really use some flood mitigation. In this case, if we were to have selected Mary Benson Park, we would have a lot of bureaucratic holdup from the DEP because of the turnpike runoff. So we really select for this funding stream projects that we feel that we can get through in a relatively easy and a quick manner.
So I guess I think to that point, this is where, again, it's helpful to be earlier in the process, right? Because in terms of flooding, Mary Benson and U.S. Jones have huge flooding issues. Hamilton, yes, it has flooding, but not to nearly the same extent. So I guess what I'm wondering is what, in terms of design, cost, et cetera, you can share with me tonight, in not just in capability, that I can immediately then send to folks in the community and say, I want to make sure you've had a chance to look at this, that you're on board with this happening, so that on Wednesday when I have to vote on this, I feel confident that my community is in favor of this type of change to the park.
I think it would be helpful if I shared with you the feasibility study that we did, that Rutgers did for us.
Sure, when was this?
I don't know the exact date, but I can look at it and give you the date. And maybe that would be helpful for them to, it really has like the cost benefit analysis and all that in there.
Okay, I mean, do we have a grant application, basically your draft version of it ready? I mean, it's due what, on Friday?
I do have a draft version of it. It's using some language from a previous application. I don't have a draft for these parks today that I can share with you. I hope to have one by noon tomorrow, but I don't have it today.
And does the feasibility study have like a design concept?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
What about the park on West Side, down by West Side Avenue? Off of, what is it?
Lincoln Park?
No.
Metro.
Metro, Metro.
No, down by Broadway.
ACU,
The one,
Duffy.
off of Sixth Avenue.
Where the pool is.
Where the pool is, where the
Oh.
That's like, Cosmo. Yeah.
To Councilman Boggiano's point and Councilman Solomon's, so she said priorities in Ward E, but I guess I would say, why was it priority Ward E as opposed to Ward A, B, F, C, or D, wherever the case might be? I mean, we have Reservoir for one. My question for the administration is, how do you determine these priorities? At one time, there was a master parks plan, or parks master plan, I should call it.
2008.
Yeah. And we haven't established anything since. When first kind of Mayor Fulop took office, talked about reactivating that Parks Master Plan. It's probably run its course at this point. I forget what the timeline was on that. But is there a plan to put that in there again, something like that, where we're all kind of rowing in the same direction on this stuff, and we know like how we're going to continue to maintain our parks kind of moving forward, as opposed to kind of just dropping it in our laps at a council caucus, and as everyone has to do, like they have to go along with it because nobody wants to lose the money. Nobody wants to lose it, right? It's not. We're going to go along with it because we have to, but you know, you get more. What is it? You get more Bees with honey, there you go.
Could I just make a statement?
Just to answer that question quickly to the council president, yes, a new master plan is in the works, Parks Plan.
Like, for example, Mary Benson Park. So the concern that stated that the DEP or the Turnpike will have, but that's beyond the park. You know, I mean, we can fix that park. We don't even have to ask, any permission from the DEP. So I got a little confused when you said that, that area we're going to get pushback from the DEP. But there's so many other parks. Again, I'm very well aware of every single park in the city. I don't think Hamilton Park needs that type of, and I'm sorry if I'm saying that, but right now they don't need that type of attention where there's so many other parks throughout the city that desperately need that. And then when I look at your gateway picture, that area where they're going to, I guess, build for this, are we gonna are they knocking down that structure that's there, like the concession stand, and if they knock that down, are we gonna build that back up?
You'll be very happy to know that we have also put in fundraising requests from Hudson County Open Space for that particular building that will be torn down, as well as that playground and that field replacement at Gateway. So that's the reason that we selected Gateway, because we figured that while we're in there already doing this massive park renovation, installing a simple rain garden would just add to the contribution of the rest of the park renovation.
So you're going to cure my chest pain a little bit because I'm getting some now. So once you knock down these structures and you fix that area, we do not have to wait 2-3 years for the structure to come back, correct? Is it going to happen immediately or soon thereof? Because we can't, now you essentially shut soccer, shut baseball, shut basketball in that area off.
I would definitely defer to Director Samato on the timeline of the build out, but I would also say that we're really in critical time with Gateway, as you know very well. If we don't repair that park now, it's gonna be beyond a repair, and we're gonna have to start from scratch. But regarding the timeline, Director?
Thank you very much. We would move on this very rapidly, very rapidly, because we know what the problems are, like you just mentioned. We're not going into further detail. We recognize that. Melissa has pointed that out to us, so DPW will definitely move on.
I just want to do, when we do the ribbon cutting, I want to have everything in the ribbon cutting.
Yeah, great.
You'll be 90 years old by the time that's done.
I don't want to hear that.
So, I guess the question is, what kind of commitment can we get from you guys that 2 years later, the process is going to be different, so that there is, some degree of discussion amongst, us around where these priorities are going, what the community outreach looks like, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure, I think what we can do is, moving forward, we can proactively come to the council and discuss what we think might be good parks to address, what you think might be good parks. We can, before we even get to an application process, we can sit down well in advance.
Okay, can you commit to that?
Yeah, sure.
And Brian, I think like the two parks that we really should look at is Martucci Field, which is off of West Side and Van Wagon there. And then the other field is definitely Persian Field.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so there are also some other funding sources that are coming to fruition for parks, rehab, maintenance, open space, that sort of stuff. I think it's worth having that discussion now before we get into it with what the council priorities are. We can do that. We'll do that through email if that's okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Since we're talking about parks and funding, as an FYI, the first open space trust fund.
Folks, side conversations.
It's going to be on.
Let's give Councilperson Prinzari.
The Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Meeting, the first meeting is going to be April 9. So I still need your person for Ward F. Will you get a second? But speak to your respective representatives about your priorities. And then that way, when we have that first meeting, we can kind of jump right in. Right now, there's about 100, I think 1.6 million in the fund, right? At 1.2?
1.7, yeah, 1.6.
John?
I can't remember the number.
Open space trust fund?
Currently, it's at 1.3.
We're gonna have another, we get another round of it this year too.
Yeah.
It's approximately 740.
Okay.
If we keep the rate.
Okay.
We're gonna have about 2 million to do.
So just, if since we
Yeah.
tried it as an FYI, to speak to your respective representatives in advance of that.
So was there, going to Gateway Park on this, was there coordination with the JCRA and MUA?
I personally haven't spoke to JCRA or the JCMUA, but I'm sure that architecture has been dealing with them in their build-outs.
Because my understanding, and maybe at the JCRA, when I was out on there at the time, talked about amendments to the Bates redevelopment plan, and the idea of making those amendments to require those developers to kick in money for improvements to the area around flooding and so forth, issues around there, but also extending that to Gateway Park and funding those sort of improvements similar over there. So I would think the rain garden and things like that would fall into that. And again, if you kind of had that conversation with folks, we probably, and I'm not sure where that stands at this point, the MUA and JCRA, I'm not sure what they're looking to do at this point around all of that, but that was my understanding.
So last one for you guys is, per Hampton Park Neighborhood Association's ability, they have a meeting April 4th. Would you be able to go on April 4th and present what the plan is at the meeting?
I don't have my calendar right. I will make sure that they understand what the plan is if I can't make it to that. And I can also send them over some of this documentation too.
Okay. We'll try to do that tonight, so I can get into that now before the Wednesday meeting.
Is it Elna you're interacting with over there, or just anybody?
There's many.
Okay.
So,
Elna has been
Well,
with
no,
the one
there's-
that she is a regular at the Park
The
Coalition
Conservancy
meeting.
and the Neighborhood
So
Association
then I
are separate
that she has been a part of these
And-
conversations with Laura.
Exactly. And it sounds like the Conservancy's on board, which is great, but I don't think the Neighborhood Association is, and Elma's, they work both sides, et cetera, so it is what it is.
It's so hard when you fight against
Right now.
Anyone else have questions? So let's just do a recap on that.
Yep.
So, Councilman Solomon, what were your, what's the deliverables?
Just to send me whatever information you can, feasibility plan,
Rutgers
whatever
feasibility
exists,
study, yeah,
budget, so I can forward it along to the Neighborhood Association, get their input, and then to attend the meeting
On April 4th.
on April 4th, and if they can't do April 4th, then whatever the next date is.
Anything in particular on Gateway, gentlemen?
No.
As deliverables? Councilman? Okay. Okay. Great, thank you, Melissa.
So anybody need a stapler?
I think it's just got.
Which one? You wanna do
Andrew, which one do you
Andrew?
have? What's up? Andrew, which one yours?
He's got 5.
Oh. I say bring him up, he's always last.
Come on in. Sorry, Marty, sorry. Sorry, Pat.
I know you don't want to go home.
So Andrew has 3A and 3B, and then 10Z1, 10Z2, and 10Z17.
Okay, so 3A would be turning a T intersection into an all-way stop intersection. It's basically just formalizing what already exists there today. This is in the Heights.
Councilman, no concerns, right?
Councilman Bozziano, I think it's.
Bojano.
Just a simple thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Word C, Heights.
Oh, North Sea. Oh, sorry. All
Okay.
good?
3B?
3B is an ordinance changing a handful of parking regulations along Sullivan Drive, where we would be able to gain approximately 20 new parking spaces, really without doing much other than adjusting a little bit of striping.
That'd be great.
People were getting ticketed already.
I'm serious.
People were being ticketed at the spot as it was, so.
Very hard to get those spaces.
Okay, 10Z1?
10Z1 is a resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting for the bus rapid transit study. So we haven't put out the RFP yet. This would just allow us to do so. So the RFP for the BRT study is still being drafted, but just to give you a sense of the goal of the study, We're going to be looking to answer questions like these. What route is most feasible? What would the design look like, both of the service and within the right-of-way? What are the projected costs and revenue? What would the parking and traffic impacts be? And how would the system operate?
Yes.
And how much for the contract?
So we're putting out the RFP and the cost will be determined by who responds. I don't want to give an estimate because it'll affect how people respond.
Andrew, I don't understand why we have to have a survey. Years ago, we had bus lines all over the city. What we need are bus lines on the main streets. We don't need to spend a fortune having somebody come in here and tell us this is where you have to have a bus, this is where you have to have a bus. You need buses down just the main routes in Jersey City. I don't know if you were here years ago, but there were buses all over the place. Kevin Moran's family almost, what were they probably? They were called Kevin Moran. What were those buses, remember?
At Central Avenue, we had the number 10 running the
They
Boulevard.
had them all over.
We had the number 5 running down Hoboken Avenue to St. Francis.
I'm sure Joyce, myself, Jermaine, or Danny can tell you, or Young can tell you where you need the bus lines.
No, you.
Young.
Folks, one at a time. Councilperson Waterman?
So that's a really important question to ask. And
You repeat it here.
No,
And
go ahead, let me answer.
No, sorry. What we're looking to study is very different from traditional bus service. So we're proposing a study of bus rapid transit, which traditionally is a sort of, I would say a low impact or easier way to establish mass transit, far easier than, say, a rail line or a light rail. What's the difference? The difference between BRT and a traditional bus line is that the BRT typically has a dedicated right-of-way or a dedicated lane, so it's not actually in the regular flow of traffic. It's driving within its own right-of-way, and therefore the headways are smaller, and you can carry a greater capacity of passengers. So the impacts of a BRT type system are far greater than a traditional bus line because you're potentially removing parking, you're affecting traffic, you might be removing a travel lane, you might be reorienting a street to be one way. We just don't know the impacts yet. So what we're looking to study with this report is where does it make most sense? Like where do we think the needs are greatest, and where do we think the demand would be greatest? And then what the impacts of that might be, and also, what would the revenue be? What would the costs be associated with operating our own sort of transit system?
See, Andrew, really, I can say that see this government and this city municipal government watched the 40 years, we know them very well. So you are actually the best traffic engineer we ever had in history of Jersey. You're a great guy. I give you credit for that, really. No, really, very energized. I can say that. Very energized, very good. But next one,
folks.
No, he's it. We have to be recognize him the part of. But
I got my pen.
Okay, this is what it is. Under the Hillage administration, we hired a consulting company to study mass transportation in Jersey City. I don't know what kind of report we have that. So I'd like you try to look into the matter, because we did that. We spent, I think, so much dollars, $70,000, $80,000 for that, hire the company to mass transportation also. And the second is that Hudson County has a transportation department, Hudson County. So what we should be, this discussion we talked about 7 years ago. I had several meetings with the Hudson County TA, the talk about the transportation, because today's our transportation not just depend on Jersey City. Hudson County wise, we should be looking at the mass transportation issue as county-wise, because if you along the certain line from the South Greenville area to Hyde, this length is maybe not enough to supporting the business to run the bus line. So I insisted we should be creative because we have a major mass transportation ridership we have. We should be looking to Hudson County Transportation Authority, separate from the usual transit, you know?
Well, I think it's a very valid point, and we'll see how we can craft the RFP to see if it's feasible to incorporate other adjacent municipalities.
And also, let me just finish this one, 2 seconds. This one just talk about south-north, but also when you see the Jersey City, it's like a west side of Jersey City is like more down, you know, like a cliff down. So some seniors, when they come to the Kennedy Boulevard from the west side, it's not easy. So we gotta look into a connection of the east to west also, not only north-south, okay? So make sure that when you drafted the RFQ or RFP, please also consider about the connection of the east-west, not only south and north and south. And the second, how we're going to be, work with the county transportation, creative on our line. Those kind of things we should be looking into that. Okay.
So just my question to that point, there was a study that was done that Hudson County did along the boulevard. Do you have a copy of that? Will you be looking at that while you're doing this BRG study as well?
Yes, so that study was done, I want to say in 2013 or 2015.
Correct.
I don't
Yeah,
recall
it's a little bit older now, yeah.
So they determined that the best route would be on Kennedy Boulevard.
Right.
We are looking for our study to determine which Jersey City road is most feasible, because we don't have complete jurisdiction over Kennedy Boulevard.
Correct.
That study did take into account a number of city streets as potential options, Bergen, MLK, a handful of others, but it didn't really study what the actual impacts of converting those into BRT routes would be. So, even if it said Bergen would be a great option, we would be able to tell you what the ridership would be, what the traffic impact would be, how much parking would be lost, things like that. So this study would be more granular.
Okay.
Is there a way, I guess my concern would be that, I understand the jurisdictional issues, but if the boulevard is the better route, can the study at least consider that? Because I know that would require, the county jurisdictionally, but, if Bergen, I don't know, if the other routes have serious things lacking in them, and they look at the boulevard, which, just from pure anecdote has wider lanes, is that something the study can at least consider?
I think it definitely could, especially because that entire study was was already accomplished. So it would be as heavy of a lift for them to just take a look at what was done there and update it and compare that against what their findings are.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Just so we can, I think I follow, so we can, a more effective conversation with the county.
Regionally, it's just not great, and to be able to have those dialogues now, I know that you have a good relationship with them, so let's take advantage of that while we've got it.
And if we let's add one more things, the years ago, Jersey City mass transportation based on inner city, but now because we build a lot of new building project years ago, like John Street as a destination, but now if we see the height, the bus 119. When they left the John Street, already bus is packed because of 53 buildings, all those other. So we have to look at the citywide, the development in a trend, how those kind of things should be considered too.
Understood.
You know what I'm saying? Because the populated, increase the population of an area, it make a difference, Okay? Thank you, good job.
So just to follow up on Councilman Young's earlier point, talking about the east-west consideration and north-south. Like this current study that you're going to be seeking bids for is to do north-south, or is it to look at both options?
It's to do north-south specifically. The thinking behind that was we already have light rail that connects east-west. Obviously, it's not all parts of the city, but that's a fairly reliable source of transportation. And there is obviously the path system as well. So those having being far more established than our north-south routes. We are prioritizing the north-south routes.
And they have no connection east-west. You know what I'm saying? Because a railway train is more likely waterfront connection. It's not inner city east-west. So you gotta look into the matters of it.
Well, the light rail goes all the way to the west side line.
Yeah.
Connects the entirety of the width.
But there's very only a few stations.
Yeah.
That's
So,
just
there-
the one at the southern.
Yeah.
There's one other thing that the mayor mentioned in the State of the City, which was the city-run bus service, which we're quite a ways away from moving forward on that, but we're going to share with the council more details once we
Yes,
start to put
please,
stuff
yeah.
together. The intent of that is also to target those areas of the cities that are so-called transit deserts. So places like West Side and places like the southern part of the city where, you know, you have 2 light rail stations and you're a 20-minute walk from that, and then the light rail's 30 minutes to whatever it is. So that's what we're going to target there. We're still putting we're likely 99% going to do an RFP for that. So when we're ready to do that, we'll come to council and talk about it, and we'll move
So
on.
especially Heights and Western Slope have no massive transit connection at all.
Yeah.
All right. So as long as Andrew knows that, I'll come below.
And just, so the BRT, this study is contemplating a city-run operation, or is it just kind of a line, or like, could it be a privately run operation?
It could be. It's not ruling out any way that it could operate.
And so as far as like the financial analysis and feasibility of that, it's the feasibility of a privately run north-south line.
Right. It'll include magnitude order of magnitude cost estimates for all the different variations of how it could run.
And is the RFP ready for this?
Is
Or
the-
drafted?
It's all BRT almost done.
Yeah.
Not quite. Is it done?
It's not done, but it's done. You know, I anticipate that we'll release it probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
So I'm going to ask for the same thing, that if there's an early draft, you don't have to disseminate it. I know there's issues with regard to kind of concern about getting it out into the public where people might be able to see it who are, and get an advantage of bidding. I've scheduled to meet with Peter Falgado and review the vertical farms, as well as, what was the other, is it this one? I forget what the other one was, but there was a couple of RFPs that I wanted to review and just see what it is that we're putting out there. I'd like to do the same for this, and even if I have to come to your office and take a look at that in advance of
So discuss with Peter about exactly what can be shared, because there's some conflict issues there. So when you meet with him, just see what he has to say.
Sure. Okay, anyone else?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, 10.
Z2.
Z2 is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract for the MLK Drive Intersection Improvement Project. This is a federally funded project through the NJPPA, fully funded by the FHWA. This is a project that includes intersection upgrades, ADA curb ramp reconstruction, traffic signal head replacements, pedestrian signal head replacements on MLK Drive from Kearney, or no, I should say Egie to Bram Hall Avenue.
Andrew, I was at MLK in Fulton the other day, and I saw they putting up a new traffic light.
Correct.
About several months ago, I had called engineering, not you. I had asked for Oakland and Central, which is a dangerous intersection. We put stop it. They told me there was no money for traffic lights. Where's this money?
So Oakland and St. Paul's is funded. It's currently in design. We're going through the permitting approvals process. It's a lengthy process because it's also a federally funded project. I'm anticipating that will start construction late fall. That's what we're targeting.
Yeah, Fulton been out trying to get that for 3 years.
Yeah, a long time coming,
Is this a prerequisite for the paving?
There will be some pavement associated with this. I think it's limited to generally at the intersections themselves. It wouldn't be for the full length.
But aren't we doing the full length for the rest of the?
I think it's part of a different project. I'm not sure. I can get back to you on that.
So,
Either way, we'd want to do this before we pave the street, just because they're digging over there, yeah.
so these updates have they been made already to the rest of them, okay? Because you said you're going from,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, the ADA ramps, the little corners. with the-
I think I'm okay with the surface.
That was last
Yeah, they have to do
fall.
the.
Yeah, it's pretty much the entirety.
That's fine, but this is.
Okay, folks, any other questions on this? No. So my question is, a couple of meetings ago, we talked about insourcing within engineering. And I had made a request for questions and answers to certain questions at the time. I don't think I ever received that. Although I think you said that there were answers to that and Joe had prepared that, or
Was it
the back to
I don't remember, that was the last meeting? I don't remember.
No, it was like 3 meetings ago, maybe. I don't know.
I don't remember the question, I'm sorry.
I don't remember.
It had to do with insourcing, so we hired some engineer and saying that they were going to take on, and so my question is, because there was a list of different projects that we thought
At the,
it would apply to, doing some of this insourcing. My question is whether this falls within that.
was that for the LSRP maybe? Remember that?
I don't remember.
I remember this conversation.
So
Do you remember
one of
this?
the project, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So we hire consulting company to some kind of things one. Cost us $20,000. So council president to bring it up issue. Instead we hire consulting company oversight city project while we not hire our own people to look at the oversight project. That's why he asked them to some kind of a answer, but nobody answered him.
It wasn't oversight, Councilman, not the, although that's important too, but it had to do with the idea that we were going to insource it, and instead of hiring for these projects a consultant or a contractor to do all of the work, we were only hiring someone to do part of the work, but that most of the work was going to be done in-house, and we were going to save the city a lot of money as a result. And so my question at the time, I raised a lot of questions with regard to whether grant money, which it looks like there's grant money in this type of project, whether that would then be allocated towards salaries and be able to expend that money towards salaries and the like, and whether that was an allowable expense under the grant, as opposed to, I can put together that information again and those questions, but I'm wondering if this was one of the projects, because there was a list of projects that were listed as the projects that would be insourced and that would immediately, engineering in-house would do some of this work as opposed to outsourcing it at that point. And so my question was whether or not we would still be able to utilize grant monies or would be giving money back essentially as a result, or underspending in that regard.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I was there for the initial question, but this resolution would just award the actual contracting for the construction of the project. There isn't any in-house engineering that could be done for this particular project other than, say, construction inspection and management, and that will be done in-house for this project.
Okay. So to that end, I'd just like to get the budget for the project itself. Do we have that? Like
It's
like an itemized budget for this project, if you have it.
They attached it.
I mean, there's like estimates of like costs, but like.
No, this is, they publicly bid and they have the,
Because he was very specific that there were certain types of activities or
Andrew.
tasks that could be done in-house.
the cost of this project is $628,000. Again, that would be completely funded by the NJTPA or the FHWA through the NJTPA. We did include a contingency on top of that with capital funds. That's $125,000.
Right, okay. So if you can give me do you have an itemized budget that breaks down this 628,000?
Yeah, included in the resolution, so the contractor bids a price for each line item, and the prices for each line item are included in the resolution. That's what you have right there.
Right here.
I understand that, I'm just saying, is there like is there a readable budget, like as opposed to this
There's,
bidding
there's a bid
specs.
comparison table.
It's there.
When you do the grant, is there a budget that was submitted for the grant that,
Yes, when we applied for the grant, we did a cost estimate. I didn't apply for this one specifically myself, but,
I'd like to get the budget from the grant. As opposed to these cost estimates of like pricing estimates, right, so.
so what the grant award was?
What the grant award was and how this total amount was itemized. So, and I'm just making this up, I don't know what goes into the streets and all, like, but like, in terms of, did it go to some guy doing, I don't know, architecture or something, and like, some other engineer, itemized list of like, what the itemized specs are for the project itself.
That's not for labor or design or anything like that. That's just construction.
Okay. So what's the budget for?
The design.
There's a grant and there's a
So-
budget, right? There's a budget for a
So-
grant? I don't want to get into like, there's a grant here that's being appropriated, so there's a, I mean, unless things have changed in the grant world for me, but whenever you submit a grant, there's a budget, there's an itemized grant budget that's always submitted with any of these grant applications. Some of it's more detailed than less. I'd like to see the grant budget.
Yeah, I'll find the NJTPA application.
Thank you. That's it. Okay.
Z17 is a resolution which would extend our current contract with our emergency traffic signal maintenance contractor, Gen Electric, for 3 months. We did receive bids last week, but we weren't able to turn around the award in time. We anticipate awarding that via resolution next month.
Andrews, do they coordinate the lights? You drive down Baldwin Avenue, you stop every block for a red light. It's like, years ago, we had our own traffic division here, and we had our own people. We never had these problems we're having today. They're horrible. All the lights are out of sync. You go one block, red light. Go another block, red light. I mean, that's why traffic's so screwed up on Baldwin, Summit Avenue. I would assume probably MLK and all over the city, if they're screwed up there.
There's a part of the Bijan Gerald program. Make it slow down, nobody.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that, yeah.
Yeah, well, traffic is backed up so badly on Baldwin Avenue, it's an out-and-out shame.
If you rode a bike, it might
And
be.
some biking, come on.
Okay.
Okay. So to answer your question, Gen Electric does make the actual changes in the signal controller. That the recommendations for the actual changes they do would come from my office.
Yeah, because I call Monty all the time, but that company doesn't seem to do a damn thing, you know. And just ride down Baldwin Avenue from, let's say, Newark Avenue to Montgomery. It's a joke.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you involved, as a separate question, are you involved with CCTV cameras at all with regard to? No. That falls under that?
It's post 8 p.m.
What do you ride a bike?
In terms of maintenance?
Yeah, public safety.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finish with the camera.
No, so, we're done.
Okay,
It's
thank
not
you,
to
thank
you, but just a general question, it just kind of got me thinking, they're doing the maintenance, this consultant on this stuff, right? So, but in terms of the maintenance for our cameras, is Millennium handling that?
Yes,
In terms of,
there was formerly no maintenance contract, which is why some of the cameras were no longer functioning by the time we got to them. The new ones that go in have maintenance contracts in place, yeah.
so are they checking it on, like, I don't know how that stuff works, but I was talking with like an Elizabeth electrician, and they go out there and works for the city, and he goes out there and he checks on these cameras, make sure they're still operational and things of that nature.
I'll get you the details on the maintenance plan, yeah.
Okay.
There's a regular.
How many traffic lights in Jersey City?
208.
208? So we have a 208 traffic light, and cost is to maintain the 208 traffic lights, $1.56 million. A lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, we put this contract out roughly every 3 years. This year, the second highest year was around $3.5 million.
Oh,
It's 280 signalized intersections, which is multiple lights at each intersection usually. So it's a
so
lot.
single, like a fresh light also, right?
Yeah.
But still, 1.5.
Okay, let's let Andrew go.
And you want to go home? I thought you would stay here.
All right. Gentlemen, yep, you're up. We've got a bunch of stuff between Marty and Pat, starting at 10W.
Marty, I'll let you go first.
Oh,
Let's do that. Want him to go first?
10W, let's just go in order.
10W. This is New Jersey Sports and Exposition Authority has authorized a grant for Arbor Day to the city of Jersey City. The intent and the spirit of this grant is to raise awareness of trees and the important role they play in our environment. The city deserves to accept this grant, the city deserves to accept these funds for the purpose of planting trees, providing shade for residents, creating an ecosystem to provide habitat and food for birds and other animals. The resolution accepting the funds for $1,000 from the 2019 Arbor Day Tree Grant will memorialize the commitment of the city to the purchase of various trees and is in the City Council's consent to the efforts undertaken by the city and the requirements outlined by the NJSEA grant.
Thank you, NJSEA, thank you for that. But do they know that $1,000 only go for maybe plant a 2 tree?
One tree. Actually, it covers a
Oh,
little
one
more
tree.
than that, but you're right. But at least it's 1,000 that we're getting for now.
So $1,000.
So hopefully it'll be a start of better things to come.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, anyone?
We gave $1,000 to every town.
How about if we go to 10Z4?
Yep, 10Z4.
10Z, you're on, Marty.
Three, right? You got
Resolution authorizing the board of contract to modify handling equipment for maintenance, repairs, and rental
Z4,
of
we're on now.
Up to 3 or 4?
10Z4.
Councilman, that's 10Z4.
Okay, this is for forklifts, repairs, rental. Any questions?
Yes.
Okay.
So we actually, I reviewed every piece of a contract regarding the pay to play. And especially, any contract come from the your area, I mean the auto vehicle area, they always incomplete their forms. So especially
In my office.
disclosure certificate, if they mark that they are corporation, then they should be listed all the shareholders or stockholders, how many percent they have. But they never have, it's not available. I mean, what's the matter with them? I mean, every country I see, especially come to DPW, why keep scratching their NA, not available?
Yeah, Z4.
Are you not review that? When we present to the city council, you're not
Are you
looking at?
talking about Z4, Councilman?
Yeah, Z4, I'm gonna go on and on, those things, because not available. What do you mean, not available?
It's cooperative.
Right, no, I see what you're saying, what?
See, this is the basic information we require, and this is the basic form they're supposed to fill. Any vendors who work with City of New Jersey City.
Yeah, but Councilman, this is if they,
It means not applicable, not
not
available.
so they have
Listen.
donated to the.
Listen, stop there. I'm going to explain to you. If they mark that their ownership disclosure certificate, if we mark the corporation, doesn't matter that's the as a small corporation, they should be put on their name as a stockholder and shareholder.
They put non-applicable, they're not
How can be?
If they're not
Listen.
publicly held.
No.
Just put your name and say that.
Yes.
Right, but these ones are set up purchasing reviews.
Right.
On the other.
If you look at the bottom, Tracy A. Della Valle, notarize the signature of a Stephen Seminac.
Yes, that person just notarized the signature. But
No.
that person is not verified for the information, so now.
No, they're notarizing the
CFO, right?
signature of one of the parties to this entity.
Listen, business administrator, can't you look at that?
So, let me get an answer from Peter Folgado on this as to exactly why it's written like this. But everything gets reviewed by purchasing and approved by
What I'm
them.
saying is that very clear. If you see the form, there's a part 2, ownership disclosure certification. They mark that corporation. Even though single ownership corporation, they should put their name and address. If though they're LTD, LLC, they should put their members. The name should be.
Okay, this is for purchasing, so you.
Yeah. No, I'll get you more info.
So please.
Sure.
So not only this one, because the reason is
For all
that
of
this
them.
is very
We'll let you
important
know.
part
Yeah.
of that. Because we have a pay-to-play law.
Yeah.
Based on their name, Council Michael Yun can tell them my aid, can you look at it to make sure that they have no political contribution to the city to get the job?
Okay, so Peter Folgado.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, the Director of Purchasing will provide a response.
Yep.
Okay.
Dude Solutions?
Yep. Next, resolution 10Z5 is resolution authorizing contract with Dude Solutions to purchase and maintain an automotive fleet management and inventory control software system.
So is this, I mean, I guess what do we currently have and how does this roll out?
What we currently have is nothing.
Nothing. So this would allow us to have.
To start creating a database and.
Okay.
It's a new software?
Yeah, it's new.
All of our vehicles loaded into the system, work orders, bills, we send work outside, those we scanned in, vehicle histories. Right now, the vehicle histories that we've been keeping on vehicle.
And are they providing implementation assistance? So
2 weeks.
2 weeks, is that sufficient?
Yes. Originally, they were only proposal included 1 week. I requested 2 weeks to make sure that there is no questions left unanswered and no rocks, turned up.
And is IT going to be a part of that as well, or is it just going to be DPW?
IT we didn't include because we still have to work with them.
Right.
So if there's any issues.
So what you're asking about, like, implementation and management data, so the innovation team's gonna help, and so is my office, over time. So, there's implementation, which is like just installing it, teaching people, and then making sure the data comes in.
And does this have a component where it sort of helps us estimate, when we actually waste money by keeping a car?
Yes.
Okay, it does?
That is what this is. So,
it means
we'll be
we're
able
seeing
to
what
tell
the repairs are.
a specific shop
Yeah, that's what
registration
we're
number.
predictive.
Right. How much we put into it, say, fiscal year 2019, and what the replacement was.
Right. Okay. And then when would we first, do you have an estimate of this, assuming we approve this? When would we first see the first kind of fruits of it? When do you guys be able to come back to us?
It'll
and
be a
say,
while, it'll be a while, yeah.
6 months, a year?
Yeah.
6 months, you probably get something, a year, you can get substance.
Okay.
We have to input enough maintenance into it to know, like, sort of.
And is that part of the 2 weeks, or no, are we just sort of starting from when it's, we're not gonna go back, we're gonna try to hit the backlog, or are we just gonna go forward looking?
We're still fresh,
Okay.
so there is some information, so what work we've done outside of DPW, this would be a work order platform.
Sure.
So going forward, work orders would be digitally created every time we have a work. And, obviously, it's saved, going to the vehicle history.
Got it, understood. And is this gonna be just DPW, or is this gonna be public safety as well?
This is gonna be all the entire order.
So hopefully.
Everything, yeah.
And it is expanding.
So,
We include our personal crimes.
so this software was tells each vehicle for maintenance history, right?
That's correct.
Good point is like when oil changes are needed or when services needed.
And also that software are able to, you can get, it's a new vehicle, most get the new vehicle like 3 years or 4 years or 50,000 miles of warranty come, you're able to keep track down all those things.
Yes.
So instead of we maintain, we can ship them, right?
The
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Because when you purchase a vehicle, they comes around 3-4 years.
3 years, 36 years,
Yeah.
3 years, 36,000 miles, then you get.
So we're able to send a dealer to repair it, right?
Right, and we do that currently.
Currently.
Any vehicles that we have, like a lot of the police vehicles we bought in 2017, they're still covered under warranty. There's even extended warranties for certain other types of drivetrains. You know, transmissions, you got a 6-year warranty, 100,000 miles, whereas normal is 3 year, 36. So we do that, we send a lot of vehicles back to the dealers for work.
All right. About time?
So this is software that resides on our servers and stuff like that, or?
Web-based.
Web-based.
This is new, right?
Yeah, it's new.
So probably next year, when we see the 2019 inventory, so-and-so, they have a no more, they say DPW have a bad inventory system.
Yeah, when we do the next round of capital, this will be the foundation of what vehicles we get. Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Keep the good work.
What's that term that, in public safety, that everything is exclusive?
But we have to do job.
Proprietary?
Proprietary. It's
Yeah,
proprietary?
yeah. No, it's not, but, no, I can't remember. Yeah, no, it's not, this is not the only vendor that does this, and the proprietary stuff is more of a relic these days, where like somebody custom built something just for Jersey City. This is something that they build for, I don't know how many cities they've worked with, but they're all over the place.
We're not.
Yeah, we're no longer doing the one guy in California builds one thing for us only, and only he can fix it. Yeah, no more.
Okay.
All right, the next item I have is 10Z6, and this is a resolution authorizing the renewal of an open-end contract with Duncan Hardware to provide small tools, hardware supplies for the Department of Public Works and the Division of Park Maintenance.
So do we have also inventory system, the tool inventory system?
Tools?
Tool, yeah. Because electric grinder, we buy brand new. Somebody took the lunch bag. Well, so-and-so happened. Then how are we gonna keep track? Do we have?
Each division maintains their own small tools and hand tools?
Yeah, but.
So the answer is no.
Well, I think isn't it are we required by state law
By the
to
book.
have an asset of, have a list of fixed assets above $5,000?
We do have that. Yeah.
Okay.
We do have that.
So it have to be 1,000.
5,000.
5,000.
See, that is the problem. So in other words, most small tools we use every day under $5,000. You know what I'm saying? So basically, thank you very much, Pat. Thank you for your understanding. So those kind of tool, we should be had inventory system.
I don't think we do the 5,000 one well, my sense.
That's true too.
Reading our audit. I don't think we're.
Over $5,000 now.
He's concerned about people walking out with screwdrivers.
Yeah, not the screwdriver. The screwdriver is okay. No big deal. It's okay.
You have an inventory, right?
But any,
Yeah, I mean, as
So
far as
if you
lawn-
have an
you're talking
inventory-
lawnmowers, Councilman, you're talking like, those, the blowers, the weed whackers, all that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have an inventory.
You have inventory. If you
And that's
if
fine.
you do your inventory every
Fine.
year, you should know if anybody's walking with something.
But would this system handle that? No, this is strictly for automotive, and it has to do with automotive types of systems. Those are items, I hate to say it, are like throwaway when they break, what it's gonna cost you to repair it. you might as
why
well
don't you
buy new.
ask it, the IT part, they can create very simple inventory data systems, almost at no cost.
I mean, we can look into that.
Yes,
I mean,
please.
we can look into that.
You know-
For small tools like
They
that.
could just probably build it in the system.
Reason I
Just add
say-
a column for certain things, I'm quite
If we
sure.
print the Dunkin' Hardware every
Right,
year,
'cause Dunkin' Hardware, we
purchase
give everything.
small
Yeah.
tools
We
and
do.
so and so,
They do the majority of small
$126,000 we spend it, then I start scratching my head.
Thank you for supporting businesses on the.
I'm serious.
We'll look into that. I will look into that.
Yes, please.
We'll look into a small type of, yeah.
All right,
Okay,
next.
great. Next item.
Gonna beat this up.
10Z7. This is a resolution ordering the award of a contract to Jean's Landscaping for fertilizing, seeding, and aeration services throughout various city parks for the Department of Public Works and the Division of Park Maintenance.
Okay, questions?
So, yeah,
Okay, I mean, so, this was done via what, low bid, or let's see? How was this done?
This here was done by, hold on.
Informally solicit quotes.
Informal, two quotes.
Yes, correct.
One from Jean's Landscaping. Who was the other one?
And it's under the $40,000 mark.
Yeah. Who's the other one?
That's James. Looks like Green Lawns Plus and Jean's Landscaping.
Green Lawns?
Yeah, Jean's Lawns was for material and labor was $46,500, and Jean's was at $39,600.
Where's
Should be
Green
right in
Lawns?
the packet.
Do we know where Green Lawns is from?
It's from Mowell, New Jersey.
So you got one from Mala, one from Closter.
One from where?
Closter. Jean's Landscaping is in Closter.
Yes, we've been using Jean Landscaping for a while, and, you know, they've been, what's what I'm saying?
So,
Yeah, right, never mind.
I'm gonna sound like a broken record here on this, right? Myself and Councilman Waterman and Robinson, I think the entire council. So, looking for local, minority, women contractors and so forth, and kind of placing a priority on that. To that end, I asked the council administrator, Marlene, to set up that meeting with purchasing as well as Soraya, so we can do that legislation.
Correct.
That will require, I say this respectfully, require you as purchasing agents and everyone to start talking to Soraya over in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and making sure that we're looking before we go out for informal quotes. I know it falls below the threshold, but even under those circumstances, below the threshold, this is a contract that could conceivably could go to a local vendor around Jersey City. We'd be feeding the local economy $39,600, right below the local, below the 40,000 threshold there.
Right.
Okay, so for this, we can withdraw this and try and get some more quotes for this right now.
That'd be great.
We'll do that.
Perfect.
You withdrawing Z7?
Yeah, we'll withdraw.
Z7, Jean's Landscape. Is that correct?
Yes, second.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome vote on
Could
these.
I just, let me just ask a quick question with the seating part. My concern is that none of the baseball fields will be seeded. It will not be ready for when the summer comes.
Is this going to impede service or prevent services from being rendered?
So
It will definitely.
Councilman, you bring up a very good point. I just wanted to basically go back and check to see if they tried to get a local vendor. A lot of times, I do know that, you know, in DPW, we do, and we can't find somebody that would be able to do this because of the size.
I understand that, but I think we should have maybe then revisited that like a couple of months ago. But this is a problem if we stop this now.
Okay, so give us till Wednesday to confirm if we're gonna withdraw.
Withdraw now, and we'll leave it in suspense.
So we're doing a hold till Wednesday till we see if we can find somebody else.
So this is the current contractor right now?
Yes.
So I'm just going to say, in fairness to Danny's point, that's a fair point, right? So nobody wants to not have baseball in Jersey City. So I think, or soccer or any of the fields, right? Yeah, we don't want to see it interrupted, any interruption in service. So if that's the consequence of that, I'm not looking to interrupt service, but we should certainly.
All right, so before Wednesday, we'll get back to you, and hopefully we can find, if we can't find anybody else, we'll stay with what we have, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Just check diversity and inclusion, see if they have somebody on it.
That's-
If they
yeah,
don't,
that's right.
then
That's
just
what we're
move
gonna
on.
I was planning on doing that,
You know,
Councilman.
that's the quickest way to do this.
All right.
Okay.
All right, next item is 10Z8, and this is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract to Sport Pros USA for the maintenance of the basketball courts throughout various Jersey City parks for the Department of Public Works, Division of Park Maintenance.
So last year when we had this contract, I think we talked about that there were a couple parks that weren't listed, and then they didn't see them listed again this year. I thought last year we let this move forward and we were gonna figure out how to add them.
So we don't remember that, but I can check
Yes.
into it. Give me the parks that you're.
So
Pershing
one,
Field.
well, Pershing Field for Michael. For
Mosquito Park,
Tennis court.
tennis court, right?
I
Thank you very much.
I have, so I don't know, does this do tennis as well as basketball, or just? I thought it was
Only
just
basketball.
So the two basketball courts I have are here.
Oh, yeah.
Enos Jones, Mary Benson, and then, I don't know if Angel Ramos is considered like a court or not that needs servicing, but it's got.
What is it? I'm sorry. the last
Angel
one.
Ramos Park.
Kind of basketball.
It's got a hoop.
Yeah, half court.
It's a
You
half
have
court.
Hamilton.
Yeah, and Hamilton's on here.
Some of these are maintained through separate vendors, but we'll confirm, which.
Yeah. Can we get Marlene out there just to?
I'll have that information
Like
before. we-
Selena Edwards Court has the most unique surface of all in the city.
Pat, so
Yeah,
last
basketball
year,
court, right? Yeah.
when we give the contract, this one, I briefly issue.
It's not on here.
It's a basketball court is not only one, tennis court is the issue. So you say you're gonna do it, but today actually you believe or not, Pershing Field Tennis Court like association, they stop by my office, they say, Councilman, they read it, they talk about the basketball, but they have no tennis court. What happened? So I said, I'm gonna ask the director. So this is the price we should understand. You're talking about almost 10 basketball court.
Correct.
Times, they're gonna have a 2 times of service per year. So that means, then they charge $36,900. So that means they're gonna charge each time show up each court to touch the paint, change a net, cost of $1,845. We all looking for that kind of job here. To show up the court, paint, touch, change a net, maybe 2 basketball court, and they charge $1,845. They not charge cheap, they charge pretty good. Not only that, material, we have to provide the material. So contract is $36,900, but actual cost is far more than that. So what I'm saying is that this price is not cheap price. Number 2, they should be included tennis court, Pershing Field tennis court, with this price. Tell them, and also Pershing Field basketball and what are they called? Mosquito Park is not included. They have a tennis and the basketball. So please include the both, Pershing Field, and then also include tennis court.
Well, like it was pointed out earlier, I don't know whether they're under a different contract, but I'll double check into everything.
No, they have no different contract because even though a group of people mentioned to that tennis court to Pershing Field never actually touched the lining almost a decade. So in other words, they have no separate contract for the tennis court.
It needs new blacktop, Pat.
Oh yes, thank you, Robert.
And that is for?
Pershing Field tennis court, yes, they have to be notified. So what happens when they put on the new surface in the basketball?
Northeast end of Pershing Field.
Okay, in Pershing Field.
Okay.
Yes.
Northeast end.
So please, if you cannot print those one on the list now, maybe withdraw, and if you're able to do that with that, and then move on.
Don't take any hostages, Councilman, he'll work on it.
Okay.
He's working on it?
Yeah.
All right,
Take a
so
hostage.
Because you hold.
we just released the hostage then.
Right.
No, we don't want to release them yet until we get a guarantee that they're going to do what they're supposed to do.
Let's see,
Okay.
I understand what the councilman is saying with Pershing Field, right? And those basketball courts do need an upgrade. However, 16th Street Park, they've been neglected. They need blacktop before Pershing Field, but it would be good, but that's just a dangerous condition.
It is. It's unusable.
Yeah. And they still use it, the kids still use it.
Okay. Ready to move on? Let's move on.
Yes. Next item I have C27. This is a resolution authorizing an award of a contract to Northeast Sweepers and Rentals for the purchase and delivery of street sweepers for the Department of Public Works Division of Sanitation through the Keystone Purchasing Network Co-op. This is for 10 Ravos street sweepers.
Awesome.
And maintenance.
This is for the MUA grant.
Yes.
Yes,
it is.
this is all through the MUA grant.
That was quick, good job.
Whoa. It's those questions. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I don't know much about this one. I thought 10Z3 is also Public Works.
It is. We'll come back to that.
But I didn't want to take away from this.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
There were other questions.
Yes, I have a question. So, this machine comes with a 5 years warranty and 5,000 engine hours. So my next question is that, street sweeper machine, how many hours they're working per day? 8 hours?
They're roughly out there for 8 hours.
8 hours. So now then, 5,000 engine hours means that they barely cover 3 years warranty, not 5 years.
That's right.
You know? So
we're looking at that. We don't know how long we would keep that maintenance program in place. I've had this conversation with Marty. The problem is right now we're running short on mechanics. We just had one basically step down working at DPW and going over to the sheriff's police department.
So now,
if we could get the mechanics up in line, then we would put them in place to do the servicing.
So now my saying is that each sweeper, what do they call, the maintenance plan costs $22,000. So when you talk about 10 machines, $220,000 per year, then those service plans should be started 3 years later, not now.
Right.
So the service plan also includes replacement of some of the consumable parts, like the blades and the brushes, things that we already have to pay for and replace on our own. That's included, the cost of those things is included in here. So it's not like we're expecting these things to break necessarily. These are things that we would be paying for separately.
So then extended warranty 5 years, 5,000 engine hours, what they cover, what is not covered in?
We can get the details of the plan. I thought it was in there.
I mean, it should be right in your package because they have a list.
So this is the way they should be do then, at the business administrator?
Yeah.
If we buy service plan for $22,000, so $220,000 a year, that should be started 3 years later, because of that service plan cover everything.
We want it to start immediately because they will ensure proper maintenance of the equipment. They'll do inspections. They'll come out and fix things that are broken. Again, they'll replace the brushes and the belts and everything that we need to replace anyway. And they'll actually make these things last longer than they normally would just on their own, like just out on the street, no one inspecting every so often.
Then, plus the option would be at any time we would cancel that maintenance plan. Once we get the right number of mechanics, and then we'll go into our own. We wouldn't need that.
So this will take a lot of pressure off our mechanics too. Right now, the fleet we have, the 18 sweepers, there's 6 to 12 of them out on any given day, depending on what's going on, and that just basically hijacks all of our mechanics. This takes all the pressure off of that, and mechanics can now fix the rest of the fleet.
Right.
So I'm saying very clear, after 3 years later, service plan is going to be far expensive than $22,000.
Well, as Pat said, we're not sure we want to keep it after that if we can get our mechanic count right and that sort of thing. This covers an immediate need for us from the mechanic side of things, but also it just gets everything done. It's going to keep these things.
Right now, if you look at this and the numbers that we're paying, I could probably eliminate the plan and put on a minimum of 2 to 3 mechanics. The only thing is we have to find them. Right now, you're short on the heavy end on the mechanics. So we're short right now going into this 2 mechanics.
And we still would have to buy all the consumables for the equipment as well. So we would be paying the cost of mechanics plus brushes plus all this stuff.
So my saying is very simple.
Yeah.
Because the new machine comes from the maintenance warranty, and we're gonna buy separate maintenance. I don't want we pay for duplicate service. You know what I'm saying?
That's
why
we're not doing it.
No, we're not.
It's not. As long as it's not.
No.
Okay, fine.
And if we can, again, I emphasize, if we could end this in a year's time, the maintenance program, I would look to do that.
Okay. Just want to make sure we not pay
No,
double.
definitely not. Situation.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think we have, what is it, Z3? Did I miss one? 3. I did. Okay, this one here is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract to Neopros USA Incorporated for a 3-year lease of a postage machine for the Department of Public Works, the Division of Administrative Services, the mailroom. The last time the current machine we have is 6 years old. It was bought after the Sandy storm, and it's pretty well worn out. To give you an idea, we're roughly, our cost as far as stamps and everything else is over $400,000 a year that's basically being run through this machine. So 6 years life out of it, it's starting to fail. I do have somebody that is interested in us donating it to them, and that would be the Board of Ed. And right now, the only thing I can say, I'd rather have them have it because I don't think their stamp use is as great as ours. You have to keep in mind that everything that goes out of the city runs through this stamp machine.
So how much is a stamp machine? Why are we renting instead of buying the machine?
Leasing it rather than laying the money out totally. So we're looking at, what is it, $700 and some odd a month. The machine will be used for all outgoing city mail. The machine will be leased for 36 months. It includes the meter rental and also the maintenance. That's why we're leasing it, to be honest with you. Right now, we own a separate meter. We don't need to do that. It's all included on the machine, and it's under a maintenance program. At the end of this, we would get another machine and go right back in it. They just get a lot of wear. It's a lot of wear. And
I would just
tear on
ask
the
that
machine.
you check again with diversity and inclusion to see if there's a local vendor.
Well, to Councilman Ridley's point.
Actually, this went out for public bid.
It says informal quotes solicited.
I think it's inner city, not inner city, intercity,
I
corporate.
mean, I could do that. Councilman, I would do that.
Just take a look.
Councilman Ray, correct me if I'm wrong, your point is that, I know Pat saying that maybe we should pause for a minute if this machine isn't great, but it's still functional, BOE's getting it, and look at what the purchase cost of a new machine would be if it's gonna save us money in the long run, at least compared to lease versus the purchase cost. Is that accurate?
I believe that was done, and that was done through the purchasing department. I'm gonna double check with that.
Can that just?
I'll have that information before Wednesday.
The lease versus purchase on this? And this covers the mail for the full city, not just DPW.
Right. I mean, we can't afford to have this machine go down.
So it's not the trading,
I'm sorry?
not the trading, what we have, give back, they give something.
No, we own it outright, and to be honest with you, the one that we have now is really, it's seen a better day.
But they don't want
I
it.
mean, we go through a lot of mail. I mean, just utilization on this machine is, I couldn't believe it. But when you see the numbers, the dollars that go through the machine, then you realize.
And approximately how old is this?
6 years machine.
6 years, okay.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Pat.
Go Army or something, right?
Go
Navy. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Miss Luden. Luden, did I say that correctly? Ludden. Constance Ludden.
I'm sorry?
Come and take the.
Sorry, you're the new kid on the block, so it's a little bit of hazing there. And
I'm sorry.
that was a joke. That was a joke.
I think you sat there long enough to get a pension.
So you can get a flavor of what's how these meetings go. So.
I can't say it made me more relaxed, let's put it that way.
So Constance Ludden is the acting tax collector, and she has tonight 10E in the resolution, as well as 10P, which is the resolution appointing her as the tax collector for the city of Jersey City.
10E?
10E is a resolution authorizing a tax refund payment to JC Broadway LLC. So why don't we start there?
It's a refund as a result of a settlement that was already approved by the council from a New Jersey state tax, from state tax court.
It's fairly straightforward, council members. Any questions?
No.
Something we already approved. Okay, 10P. It's a resolution appointing Ms. Ludden as a tax collector for the city of Jersey City.
Yep.
I sent an email, I asked Marlene to send an email earlier today. I know a number of you have expressed that you had some certain questions. I guess I'll ask the law department, as a matter of course, as to, there was a suggestion to have the council suggested having a closed session to
discuss those questions as opposed to doing it in the open public
I
record.
if they want to just ask her about her experience, if she wanted.
Yeah, they usually give a resume.
It depends what it is and how the
Right.
council feels about it.
I
I mean, I'm
mean,
assuming that it would be personal and inappropriate.
Right.
Okay. So there were some council members who requested that, and
Yeah, I mean, my questions are related to this 2016 state investigative report that we've read. So I don't know if that's appropriate for here or a closed caucus, whatever.
We can do it here. I mean,
Sure, it's up to you guys. Yeah. Here is fine.
other council members?
I don't see a problem, I think we should just have it here.
So, here or not, this is the key word that traditionally, when we talk about the personal issue, we always do close the meeting, you know, because some question can be very sensitive personally, some question maybe, you know, some concern has raised. So my suggestion to actually council president, I read that this report, you know, the pretty large report, read that regarding the, you know, State of New Jersey Commission of Investigation, they had some investigation about GU. And there was a story about the local paper. So when I read that, my personal opinion, I feel like maybe you don't do anything wrong, you know what I'm saying? But as a council person, we gotta have the other issues here, so I have to ask her. So it's a personal issue, so my suggestion is that with all the respect, we should have, like other people, we close the meeting, we can ask it, you know what I'm saying? I think it's fair to you, because we don't want general public misunderstand, misinformed, we don't want to do that, okay?
But it is also the right of the person here to request that it be an open meeting. So whatever Ms. Litton wants to do,
That's
you
fine.
If I may chime in, there's a difference, Councilman Yoon, between a personnel issue and a personal issue. Okay, now she doesn't have a personnel issue because this would be the appointment. Depends if you want to get personal, but I agree. If it's personal issues, I think that you would have to, I guess, self-censor yourself as to
Because
would
some-
you want to ask her about her personal life as opposed to, she's aware, I think we're all aware about the quote-unquote investigation, and if she's comfortable doing that.
Yeah, but
depends how-
certain issue can be personal, and some issue personnel issue, you know what I'm saying? Because
this is a personnel issue hiring her, and her professional past is something that the council should be talking about in open session.
whoever people, hey, then we open to, yeah?
Okay,
Let's go.
let's do it then.
Yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Jersey City.
So in the interest of fairness to everyone in time, I'm sure some members of the council have questions, so let's take one question from each council person, keep going around, and if you have a question that doesn't get answered, then you can come around. So I am just going to start at the at-larges and then go down the wards and take questions. So
Would she make an opening statement?
Right.
She
let
can,
her-
of course.
Yeah, let her do that.
Talk about
Then
your
we'll
history,
see how we
background,
answer.
where you are.
There you go.
Because,
How great I am.
Yeah, introduce yourself and get comfortable.
I have been a certified tax collector for over 35 years. My experience speaks for itself. I'm very diligent about my job. Now working for the city of Jersey City, I do everything within my power to collect what needs to be collected in the most efficient manner. Train my staff. They've already received a huge amount of training just in the short time that I've been here. There's a lot of organization that's needed in order to proceed forward, and that is my strong point, and I know the laws inside and out, and I'm open to any questions that you have.
You want to talk about the other cities you work for, state?
I worked for the Division of Local Government Services as a tax collection specialist for half a dozen years, way back when there was Distressed Cities Aid.
When Joe Valenti was in.
Oh, yeah. So I did get a sense of different kind of municipalities, different cities. I've worked for City of Perth Amboy, City of Plainfield, also many small municipalities on a part-time basis, consulting for small municipalities that are in need. So I've seen big towns, small towns, you name it.
Okay, anything else you want to add there? No? Okay, so
the at-larges, if you want to, any questions, otherwise I'll move to the ward. Okay,
Well, you can start. Go ahead and start. I'm gonna ask a question. Go ahead and start.
okay. Councilman Young, or A, B, C?
A's not here.
Okay. Councilman Young then.
Why always me? God.
Oh, I forgot, I'm at large, so I'll start then, right? So, did you receive any compensation from real auction while you were working for a municipality?
No.
That's my first question, so we'll go around now from there.
What was it?
Did you ever receive compensation from real auction while working for a municipality? That was the question I asked.
Simple thing to do would be to check her financial disclosure statement filed online with the state of New Jersey as to what she's claimed as income and property in the state of New Jersey.
That's good.
If you want to be Inspector Clouseau, that's the way to do it.
No, I don't actually want to be Inspector Clouseau, so I'm Councilman Navarro, so that's, Councilman Young, do you have a question, or I'll move on?
Yes, because I read it, that really I spent some time, because tax collector is a role is a very important part of Jersey City. So now, so more likely is to blame you. There have only one company provide online service, and as a pilot grant, you got no choice other than that company.
Exactly.
But now state blame you. So when I look at it, what's the matter with them? There's something wrong.
Somebody had to be the first.
Yes, somebody be the first, because you are the one. And the other has a personality inside of the online, for the tax sale. And only one software company, online company, able to conduct as a pilot program. So you got no choice other than that company.
Councilman, you have to ask
So
your
now,
questions.
listen, so we're gonna study. So now, as a new tax collector, you will be appointed by city council, I'd like to see more your vision for the future. You know what I'm saying? So you worked how many months now?
3.
3 months. So past 3 months, you train the people, so and so. So how you can improve the tax collection department, be top of the state of New Jersey as a department? Any plans? Or what did you find we are lack of so and so, and what we should be need improvements?
A lack of organization, which I think always leads to a deficit. So if you're not organized, I also believe that we need to be extremely responsive to the public, and not knowing the answers, or the public calling and getting different answers about the same thing from, I call today, I get one answer, I call tomorrow, I get a different answer. So now I'm instructing the staff what the answers are in accordance with the statutes and the resolutions of Jersey City, and this is how we proceed to answer the questions, to be responsive, timely, to track everything. Everyone was getting emails randomly. Everything should go to the Jersey City Tax Inquiry, which is why it's there. That way they can be assigned to whoever is doing a certain job. When they reply, there's an audit trail. I'll be able to see who replies, what they say. We've made up some standardized forms to assist the public in some explanations to explain things to them. So when they're paying the fee, they know why they're paying it. Everything is logged in, so somebody doesn't put it on their desk and forget about it, and then 3 weeks later someone calls saying, why didn't I get my form back? Things like that. So we've already started in that direction. I have been working closely with the legal department to update all of the fees and things that are in the resolutions and the ordinances, because the statute allows a certain amount. Jersey City is way below the average of what most municipalities charge. So I want to bring those fees up to date to, again, increase the revenue. When someone has a lien against their property, for example, and they want a statement, the statement in accordance with the statutes can be $50. We're charging $10. So now the title company, for $10, they're not going to look for the paperwork. They're just like, oh no, let's just make Jersey City do me a new one. And it's a whole procedure. It's a big process. We have to find the information, print the information, get it certified. It's a long procedure. For $10, it's not cost effective. And the statute allows for more. That's what we should be charging. So organization to start with, responsiveness second of all, updating our fees to be accurate with what other municipalities charge and in accordance with the statutes. So that's where I've started.
So now, another
Okay,
one is.
I'm gonna move on to another
That's it?
question.
This one.
Who has a question?
See, oh, I just want to ask, you've been here for 3 months already? Why are we approving you now? You're already here. I don't see any
That's
sense.
more for Brian.
Yeah, so she was out of town for a little bit, we missed a meeting in there, I was out of town, we just thought the schedules didn't work out, there's nothing else though.
Are you from Jersey City?
No.
We did a big search, we didn't get a lot of applicants, it's a specialized skill, to be honest, there are not a lot of people who have the certification, or much less the experience in tax collection.
Okay.
So,
Solomon?
I'll ask my question related to Rich, but I'll have many questions, but this is more for you all and the BA. Number 8, report of directors. So it says there's a letter dated February 7th from the mayor appointing Ms. Levin as the tax collector for a term that began January 22nd, which we're now receiving as of the March 20th meeting. Can you help me understand that timeline at a minimum of if this letter, why this letter came after the appointment, and then why we're only getting it now a month and a half after the position?
The letter is a temporary appointment for any appointed position. It's as of the date that they start. I believe, you said it was say that again?
I have it.
Resolution controls.
Well, I understand, but what I'm wondering is, so it says the letter was dated February 7th.
Okay.
For the January 22nd appointment, and now it's on our agenda at the end of March.
I don't know why it's just getting to the agenda, but and I don't remember when the letter was actually signed by the mayor either, but it's, yeah.
I mean, I'm a little concerned just because at the last meeting, Assistant BA Corrado mentioned the work that you were doing, and I was a little surprised because I basically said I didn't know we had a tax collector at this point because we hadn't gotten the interim appointment and we hadn't approved the full appointment. And so I'm confused, and so now I'm seeing this kind of backdated.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm wondering how that happened.
I don't, yeah, the letter was issued. I don't know why it's just getting to the agenda. It's just a paperwork thing, so, yeah.
So, I mean, I have more of it all.
Sure. Other questions as we keep moving through, cycling through?
So second round?
Oh, wait.
Councilman Robinson, yeah.
I'm gonna take my second round.
Well, Councilman Robinson got first round.
Why
Councilman
don't we just
Robinson?
why can't we just go through these questions, whoever wanna just jump in?
We want everyone to just jump in?
But he gonna jump in anyway. We ain't
Oh,
gonna-
you got it?
I'm just telling you right
You
now.
got
Let him go, and then I'll go after.
Okay.
Just shoot it as a-
Folks, Councilman Robinson and Rivera.
I just want to know, welcome aboard, I guess. You've been here for a few months already. I just want to know, you said we were behind for a city this size. What else besides that $10, I guess, fee that could be up to $50 that you've found so far? And what is it that I guess, Brian or the law department, what is it that we need to do to get those up to speed?
I already did that.
Oh, okay.
I already met with Hannah from the law department. She's drafted a whole bunch, started to draft a whole bunch to bring, I went through the current resolution, the current ordinances under fees to try to match them up with statute numbers so that we could increase them. So she's got a draft going. I don't think she's completed with it yet, but my goal is to bring that within the next month.
And what's the estimate of money that we've been missing out, or the revenue that you're gonna be able to bring us here to the city?
I think a lot.
A
You know,
lot?
if you're charging 10 and it should be 50,
And that's just one.
that's just one. There's a whole bunch of little things which, $10 here, $20 there, but when you add it up, it's a lot of money. And some of them they haven't been charging. Even though they're on the books, they haven't been charging. Why that is, I don't know.
No, there was a reason. I remember that because people who will not pay the tax on time, they're financially very, has an issue. So city should be now go after them, give another financial burden. That's why we city council years ago, I remember that they tried to lower the charge. That's one of the reasons, to protect people with a financial difficulty. It's not because we don't know their state all of the $50, but that's the reason even though state all of the $50, we keep the low fee for the.
Most of those fees that are low are not things that homeowners would pay. It's corporations
sorry.
title companies, lawyers involved in closings, they lose the documents. It's not actually a cost, very few of the costs are to the homeowners.
The water bills?
Councilman Rivera?
Welcome aboard temporarily. Good to see you. Question, how would you improve, how would we improve cash management? Because I've heard in the past, that there's been cash that's been left out or accounted for too long. How would you improve that?
I haven't seen any of that. I don't see checks laying around, I don't see things not put through. I can say on the plus side, just from the end of the February quarter, I see a lot of really great programs that Jersey City has to get the money in the bank that relies on things for the homeowners and mortgage companies and everyone else to do. For example, we have online payments. If we didn't have that online payments, then I would need 5 more cashiers. Like, I don't know, in a city this size, to process $7 million a day, I can't imagine how much staff we would need to do that. So the fact that we have a lot of different avenues where people can pay online, they can pay with a credit card, they can pay through their own bank. We're looking also at a service now that would, when you go onto your own online banking and you pay your taxes to Jersey City, because Jersey City is not PSE&G, they send us a paper check. And on any given quarter, we have about this many checks that all have to be looked through, all have to be analyzed before they can be posted. So this service will, for a very small amount of money, allow that file to come to us electronically, which will get us the money 4 to 7 days faster. The money will automatically be in our bank. The posting is more or less a push of a button. So again, the money goes in the bank quicker, it's updated quicker, less for the cashiers to run through themselves. So that part, I haven't seen things hanging around that aren't taken care of. That's a big no 48-hour depository rule. I haven't really seen any of that in the office.
So can you go on? Okay, so
I'm gonna knock it out as well. So Real Auction is an online service, right? The only one available?
No.
Understand? No, there's more?
There's more.
Okay.
They are the only one who has done it in the state of New Jersey.
In the state of New Jersey.
But
They're the only ones who've done it, but there's others that also.
there's others out there that do it in other states. Why they don't like New Jersey, I don't know.
but state only proved that only one company.
In New Jersey,
Yeah.
I believe that there were, other companies were invited to attend, but nobody else. I think it's one of those, somebody has to be first.
Okay.
And I also think that a lot of the tax collectors in the state said, oh, let's see how she goes, and then if it works, then we'll jump on board. So I think a lot of the real estate online tax sale companies out there, I think there's 4 or 5, I don't know any of their names, but they probably thought the same thing. Oh, let's see how this goes, and when it gets out of pilot, we'll jump on. But it's been out of pilot for a year, and nobody else has jumped on, so I'm not sure why.
So my follow-up question to that is just that, did your mother help legislate online auctions and receive any compensation from any town that uses an online auction?
No.
Councilman Newman.
You should. Okay, just make sure. Okay, now, as you knew, if you're director, do you have a plan to do online auction for the tax lien sale in the city of Jersey City?
I would like to. It's extremely cost-effective for the town. No more 3-day tax sale auctions, which is...
Yeah, the last one we did took 3 days.
Yeah.
The online takes like an hour or something.
It takes 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Like when you come in at 8 o'clock in the morning, the sale is done. Everything is done online. The registration is done online. The payments are wired. We get the money the same day. There's no reconciliation for the cashiers. There's no big circus. There's no calling. There's no collusion. Everything's done online. But circling back, it's not up to me. It's up to the council.
Yeah, so if we were gonna move forward, we would do an RFP, a fair and open process like always, and you'd have to come to council for it.
And
The council would approve it.
Yeah, so state actually mentioned to them, are you gonna ask them? Go ahead. You go first.
You know what,
Yeah, she's got one, so,
yeah, could I get one in? You know what, I know we're dealing with this payroll tax, 1%.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas, how will this work out? I'm
Yeah.
just curious, this is
We-
something new.
So we just met last week after the court case was decided to figure out our next steps. As I've mentioned a couple times, we have all the foundational stuff in place. It's just a question of sending out notices now and collecting payments. We're probably gonna send the notice out like maybe Wednesday or Thursday this week. We're just finalizing it. It's gonna go to every commercial property in the city. We're gonna also send an email out to any email address from businesses that have ever registered for anything for us. We've also had a,
She will be responsible for
well, it's.
Yeah, I just want to add, just because
Yeah.
it says tax,
Right.
that's not really me, but I'm a
Okay.
team player.
Yeah,
so
so,
I-
yeah, so
I-
she's, yeah. Where we are probably gonna have to hire additional staff for this, like we said before, we didn't wanna do that until the court cases were behind us.
Brian, I thought the case is
No,
being
I just
appealed.
wanted to know if you would be involved with that,
Yeah.
because that's something new for the city,
New for me.
you know, and so
Yeah.
that's why I just
Yeah.
want to know if there was
Yeah,
any.
yeah.
It makes logical sense that
Right.
would be in my office. I mean,
Right.
finance is so, there's so many divisions of finance, I'm
Right.
not sure where you would put it, but just because it says tax
Right.
doesn't really mean.
The checks are gonna go out something to
Be a tax.
treasury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we will do the paperwork and the keeping track of who's paying what and
Everybody
putting it
gets
through the
Jersey
machine,
City
and making
address,
sure the
they
money
don't
gets
pay.
deposited and things like that.
Like the cops at Fryman.
Councilman Rivera?
I thought that case was being appealed.
I've heard rumors, but,
It was in the paper.
okay, the payroll tax?
It is being appealed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Councilman Rivera?
but, oh, that's right, so we're clear to proceed, right, that's what the judge ruled?
Yeah.
So we're gonna collect, but, yeah, anyway, sorry.
Councilperson Rivera?
So here in Jersey City, we have about 150 pilots, which is very unique, and they're also written with specifics. Do you have, what's your experience with that?
Limited with pilots. Again, pilots are not usually a function of the tax collector, it's usually a finance function,
Okay.
but it's basically the same thing. It requires different kind of software because it's a different kind of calculation, it's a different certification to process than it is the regular taxes that are county, state, or municipal. But it's a different animal, but it's the same thing.
Will that fall under the role as a
Yep.
tax collector?
Right now, they're in the office, yeah.
And you got Ernie Voorhees.
Yep.
And he's got backup, so. I mean, basically, we in my office would administer whatever the agreement is. Like, our role is not really to form the agreement, because again, that's done by council. So when that agreement is all formed and the rules and regulations and the calculation is in there, we would administer that, do the billing and do the collection.
Okay, Councilman Sullivan?
We appreciate any of the questions. I wanted to go back to the state investigative report and ask a couple more questions about that. And let me just start as an overview question for you. Is based on all the kind of events described in that report, is there anything you would do differently? And if so, what?
I wouldn't answer the questions.
Okay, fair enough. And did you believe the investigation wasn't valid?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Nothing was done wrong that I know by any parties. I think it was a huge waste of taxpayer money to do a whole investigation. I don't know if you know the in-depth workings of DCA and DLGS, but because I worked there, I can't breathe as a tax collector without somebody at DLGS knowing about it, especially my history of working so long and previously working there. So again, like, when the council makes a decision, it's not, I didn't make the decision. So when DLGS puts out the regulations for a pilot program, I'm not sure how I became the scapegoat for everything that was wrong with that agreement. I didn't write the agreement, I did nothing with the agreement. I was the first one to do the sale, therefore I'm under the microscope.
That is an amazing answer.
So let me just ask a follow-up on that. So, correct me if I'm wrong, as a little bit of the council presidents, at the time this was happening, your mother was employed by Real Auction,
No,
correct?
she's a subcontractor.
Okay, did she get any monetary compensation, not from the towns, but from Real Auction for promoting her, that
She works as a
product?
consultant through Real Auction, but
Okay.
in fairness, you have to ask her about what she gets paid. I mean, that's really, I think that's out of line.
Okay,
It's just not.
so let me ask a follow-up question then.
I mean, she also wrote the manual for tax collectors for Rutgers University. Does that mean I should never take a class at Rutgers? You know, like that sort of thinking. Like, I don't.
Let me keep asking questions. So, at any point, as the municipalities were considering adopting the system, and I understand what Councilman said, it's the only system, did at any point you ever disclose to those municipalities that your mother had some form of?
Absolutely.
Like, you did?
Absolutely.
And how so? How did you do it? What was the-
Red Bank, which was the first one, the CFO in Red Bank used to be an auditor, and she audited my mother's town.
Okay.
So the state called her and said, do you know who her mother is? And her answer to them was, of course I do. I do my homework. I know what's going on in my town. We want to do this, we want to go forward. And again, the council was fully aware.
Okay, so in each, just clear, so in each of the municipalities, the council is fully aware of your mother's relationship?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And they voted in favor of it?
Yes.
Okay. So there's nothing else that's detailed in the report that you feel like you would do differently? You mentioned things like meals and things like that.
I felt when they asked me that question to not try to hide anything, but the Tax Collectors and Treasurers Association, Real Auction, along with 20, 30 other vendors are members, and they pay for happy hour cocktails, snacks in between our CEU sessions. So when they said, did they ever buy you a meal? Yes. Did they ever buy me privately, just me and Real Auction? No. There were other collectors with me always. A group of, they put on a user group meeting at our conference every year, and they sponsor the meals. They sponsor the food, and then we talk about the system and problems and legislative and things like that. So when they said, did they ever buy me a meal, I considered that, yes. And I also named a couple other vendors who then called me and said, thanks a lot for throwing me under the bus. I'm like, well, you guys pay for stuff. I don't know how to say it. Like, I didn't want to say, no, they never bought me a meal, and then it come back, well, they did pay for that. So privately, just me and Real Auction, no. Me, a bunch of other collectors, our whole group, other clients, other vendors, yes.
So, according to your resume, from what I'm reading, is you've worked at 5 prior jurisdictions. That being Borough of Highland Park, Borough of North Plainfield, Red Bank, Edison, and Plainfield. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 35 years, so there's a lot more, but
Sure.
those are the most recent.
Okay, so there's other municipalities before this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And like I said, I work for the division, so as a tax collection specialist at the division, I would go from municipality to municipality and audit their tax office and make sure they were doing what they were supposed to be doing. Why are you receiving money from the state? Are you sending out delinquent notices, having a full tax sale, doing what you're supposed to be doing in your house? Why do you need money from the state, basically?
So I'm not familiar with the other jurisdictions before this, other than what's on your resume at this point. But when you started working for those jurisdictions, did they utilize Real Auction at the time?
Red Bank is the first one to do the online auction. North Plainfield specifically hired me, just a part-time consulting thing, to do the online auction. Edison does not or did not do the online auction. It was after that. So, Red Bank.
When you were hired at Edison, they were not doing online auction?
I'm sorry?
When you were hired at Edison, they were not currently utilizing online auction?
It wasn't.
And then when you left there, they weren't using it?
It
was after
wasn't
you
in
left?
existence then.
It wasn't in existence?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other jurisdictions, Highland Park and North Plainfield?
Highland Park, I started in Highland Park as a consultant to do their online auction. And then their collector left and they asked me to stay.
And then North Plainfield?
North Plainfield, they hired me specifically to do their auction.
So essentially, 4 out of these 5 were utilizing the real auction.
So, can I?
Yes.
Right? As a business administrator, this is what happens. Sometimes the city of New Jersey make a contract with a company A. The company A actually provide the city of New Jersey pay-to-play laws, all the information. But when that company subcontract company B doesn't have to provide all of those documentation. And this is very similar case, I'm not going to say that. So now city of New Jersey must have to have, when we make any hire the vendors, we gotta make sure that if the vendor not providing directly service, if they give to subcontract must feel that they are based on pay-to-play law, all the company who own ownership and percentage name address. We're gonna limit a lot of problem, okay? And actually, that is one of the things they mentioned to that, you know. And so please, when I see the whole resume and when I read that, she's the most qualified person in the tax field in state of New Jersey. When I look at it, I can give you a lot of credit. You know, you're the pioneer for the online sales. So also, you know, bring up a lot of dollars, revenue, new dollars, and increased efficiency in government. But also, this paper, very interesting to point out. First things, interest rate currently 18%. They would mention that they should be lower because when the state of New Jersey puts 18% of the uncollected fund, at the time interest like 20%, but it's not. So they should be having lower. And also other things they point out when we do the online, make sure that property owner get proper notice about the tax and sale. And also as a business administrator, to protect her in the future, not any vendors, make sure that if subcontractor not get to file pay-to-play form, ownership and the shareholders address also, then we'll be all good to go.
And truthfully, she works on a case-by-case basis. She's not even a subcontractor. Like she is in charge of, if I can speak to what she does, she goes out and gives demos. So if Jersey City said, I think we'd like to do the tax sale electronically, and I wasn't here, and you wanted to learn about the program, she would come in and give you a demonstration of how it works. And that is her only involvement.
Okay.
If you call, she doesn't cold call, she doesn't solicit. If you have a question and you call, she would come and give you a demo. That is her only involvement.
Because only one company doing that anyhow. So.
One company, so.
So they have to go.
So
All right.
one company, what are you going to do?
Other questions, council members?
And this, again, we're getting into financial disclosure form season. We'll be getting them out to everyone as soon as IT helps us with the names. Everyone is connected with, any source of income, any company they're associated with, is on the financial disclosure.
Right.
So I continue to have questions, so let me just ask, so it's my understanding that tax collectors must be bonded under the law, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever not been bonded?
No.
Okay, so you're currently bonded today?
I'm covered under blanket bond right now. The paperwork's been submitted for the bond.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Anyone else have questions?
No.
How do you do it? I'm just curious, because I mean, I just being a mother, and for her daughter to sit, it's like your mother have a job, and she's basically the only one that does her company, you know, how she's affiliated, and yet you in the field, and everywhere you go, you have to be criticized. I don't know how you do it. I mean, sometimes...
That's a personal thing, personal issue.
Right, and that's what we can ask personal questions. That's why you wanted to close Caucus, right?
Yeah.
I thought, right? You know, it's...
Well, I'm
I'm
my
just...
mother's daughter, so I have a strong background.
You gotta leave with that.
Yeah.
My
Because it's not...
mantra is bring it on, because I know that I
Right.
haven't done anything
Anything
wrong.
wrong.
I would promote the online tax sale
Right.
to the, I haven't done a live tax sale since 2012. It's archaic to do it that way. It's a huge waste of time and money. And the online tax sale benefits the homeowners, because the world is so competitive in bidding on tax liens that if you open it up to people who don't have to physically come here, all of your certificates are going to be at zero. All of your homeowners are going to pay zero on their certificate. So it does benefit your homeowners.
So let me ask on the online tax sale and real auction. So they were in four of the five municipalities that you talked about. You were brought in as a consultant on several of those, and then stayed on to implement it and execute it. In the process of bringing that online auction platform to those municipalities, did you look at other, I know you said New Jersey is the only one doing business, but that there are others outside of the state that have done this. Did you look at other platforms outside of the state? And what efforts did you make to try to enlist those as you were working for those municipalities to bring competitive platforms to those municipalities?
I don't know of any of the companies that are out there that do these other auctions. I'm a member of Tax Collectors Association, my local association, the county association here, Northeast Regional Association, and those other companies that I hear are out there and do this service don't come to any of them. So I don't know if they're not interested in New Jersey. Like I said, Northeast Regional goes up and down the coast.
Don't you have a responsibility in terms of safeguarding taxpayer dollars and ensuring that we get the best service and the most competitive cost around that to look for competing vendors around this? I mean,
At the end of the day, the state approved one vendor so far, so we have no options. So it is.
Okay, she said earlier that there were other vendors. That's what
Yeah, but not in New Jersey.
There's a whole bunch of rumblings that
Yeah.
there's other companies out there, but I haven't seen one. I don't know any.
You haven't seen it, or only state proved that only one company? But based on this report, state only proved that one company, online service company, as
Because
a
they were
pilot.
the only one, they were the only one who applied.
So we got no.
It's the only option.
choice.
Yeah.
It's only
Yeah,
one
either way.
company, that's what I'm saying.
We got no choice.
It's one
But anyhow,
company.
So let me ask, you have 35 years experience. Beyond the 5 towns, you have other municipalities that you work for. About how many total municipalities that you work with?
20.
20, okay, over a 35-year period. So your predecessor, I know you said stand up for your experience and your history. Similarly, there were similar controversies with your predecessor right before this, and questions were asked about her past and her history with regard to those different municipalities, and there were issues raised and questions. Much of that was explained and said that, well, and she made similar declarations around that. That's fair. Right? And so, what is it that had you move to 20 different municipalities over the years? Is it simply that your time ran out and you were looking for a new challenge, or what was the
New challenge.
Well, to be fair, some of those you were a consultant for several at a time and working for the state, interacting with a few, so it's not like every year renew.
Right.
It's not unusual, Council President, for some people to be tax assessors in 5 towns, collectors to be collectors in 5 towns, clerks to have a couple towns if they're small municipalities. It's not uncommon in New Jersey.
I
Not
can
being
say I
uncommon,
think
but,
I may have met my match here, but.
we think that if we look at the predecessor, I think, the administration terminated that person's employment, right? And some of the things that came to pass because of the reasons why that person may have been moving around from place to place came to pass here in Jersey City as well. So that's a fair question to ask.
But I believe the stigma is going to be, why were you clerk for Jersey City for 30 years? That'll be my stigma.
Couldn't find nothing else.
Nobody else wanted you.
Well, I mean, as with any employment, you can call my other towns.
That's what they do.
Check my references.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Could we get a list of your other municipalities that you served at and the years that you served there?
Good luck.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, welcome to Jersey City.
Oh, not yet till
We'll
Wednesday.
be sorry.
No, it's too late to get some medicine. 9:08 p.m. Do you have any more victims?
No,
Chuck
that's
Harrington has been hanging out here all night.
You want to do the budget, or
Then you Chuck, right?
Why don't we do Chuck's item, whatever it is?
Chuck shaking his head.
do you want to just?
Here, listen.
What? You, well, I'm sending you for a psychiatric evaluation tomorrow.
What else is Chuck on here for?
I'm calling. What?
Come on, Chuck.
Then you John.
You know what?
Chuck wants to stay with John.
Can we do it now so it doesn't come up at the council meeting?
Do what?
Whatever Chuck might have
Yeah,
spent
yeah.
the
So
last
which
3
item is it?
hours sitting here for.
It's the shoe story.
Yeah.
Which
Come
item?
on, Chuck.
What number?
It's very late.
10M.
Oh, it's 10M. We had to fill all. 10M. Come on, Chuck.
Leave poor Chuck alone. He took a
This is a resolution authorizing a property tax credit to offset legally required reimbursement of buy-up for 369th Street. This is the tax abatement, the pilot that the city council canceled several months ago, a couple months ago. And I'll allow the administration and Chuck to explain to the law department why we're doing this, this resolution. Who's gonna?
No, I'll get started, Brian, if you
Okay, sure.
As it states in the preamble portions of the resolution, the 9th Street 2 Urban Renewal LLC did avail themselves of a buy-up provision that enabled them to enter a different tax tier, and that consisted of a payment of $990,000. And given the current state of the law, as well as the fact that when the governing body took the action and the mayor signed into law the revocation of that ordinance, they were obviously the LLC was obviously no longer able to avail themselves of that tax abatement, and therefore, because they did not avail themselves of those years of the tax abatement that they purchased, the money that was provided to the city is and should be refunded in full. It is being done, the mechanism in this case is being done, and we had discussions by way of I believe that was ultimately was a 6-year drawdown on the municipal taxes only. This will not affect county taxes. This will not affect the school taxes. And the balance of the tax portions that are due over those 6 years will be paid as normal. And at the conclusion of the 6 years, they will be paying the normal market rate property tax. Did I miss anything?
No.
That's it.
Council members, does anyone have questions about this? Or?
So just as I understand, so it's 990,000 came to the city.
Correct.
And so that's why the county and school taxes are unaffected. And so that we're just drawing down the city portion of the payment.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an administrative thing on our end, yeah, right.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did we appeal the MEPT precedent?
We did appeal that, and it's all public knowledge now, but there was, we both sides petitioned for certification to Supreme Court, and it was denied and sent back. So.
Okay.
We are.
So that case totally dead at this point?
It is essentially, well, it's not totally dead right now, it's.
Close, okay.
Yes.
So their total tax is $165,000 each, that's what they mean?
That is credit each year towards the municipal portion.
So we owe you guys $990,000, correct?
Well, it's a refund.
Refund.
Yeah, it's not really
Yeah, it's a refund from a prepayment essentially.
Yes.
It's being done as a tax credit.
We're gonna give the tax credit.
Yep.
Yes.
Over those 6 years.
Yep.
So in other words,
Yes.
we're gonna give the tax credit is $165,000 a year, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So in other words, if we say a different way, the project is not gonna pay property for the next 6 years, correct?
No,
No,
No?
no, there's still the county tax, the.
Oh, county
school
tax, yeah.
the total tax assessment for the property, I think, is $511,000 a year, moving forward, so
So
they're
total tax
receiving
is
a
how much is
portion.
it?
I can't remember, it's 5 something.
$500,000?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Because the numbers not match well, that's why I'm asking you.
So, wait, okay, so here's what's happening. So their total tax bill right now is, it's like 511,000, something like that, a year. We are crediting them 166,000 per year as a, run 65, sorry.
For the municipal tax portion.
For the municipal portion.
Yeah.
So we're going to still remit the full amount to the schools and the full amount to all the other portions, even though they're getting the credit. So the municipality is going to receive less tax
So,
revenue.
let's make it simple. How much they will pay? School and the county and the municipal tax. Municipal tax is
Can you provide a schedule, the
So,
payment schedule on that, just so we can see?
we can send you based on last year's rate, but
Okay.
the school rate and the municipal rate are not fully set yet, so we don't know the exact numbers at this point.
So the
Anything we
reason I'm
estimate.
asking you, the business owners say they approximately municipal tax and the school and the county tax, if it total around $500,000. But we're gonna give you a tax credit for the municipal tax, which 165, but school tax is 25% and the county tax, so in other words, 165 times twice, $320,000. It's a big difference, that's $320,000 and $500,000.
The full assessment is 511.
That's what I'm saying.
And the school would get, 24% of that.
Yeah.
No matter what, and the municipality would get 40-something% of that. We're reducing the amount that we would take as a municipality.
See, that's what I'm saying. $990,000 gonna be paid off. We're gonna pay off you guys 6 years of municipal portion. So in other words, you, what are they called?
What's the question, Councilman?
No.
I'm not sure what the question is.
We'll send you the breakdown of estimates
Yes,
of
please.
what,
So
yeah,
numbers
that's
they
fine.
present, it's a big difference, almost $200,000 different. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's a credit, and what my
Understood.
client has agreed to do is take the
But
credit
credit is
over
gonna
6
use
years.
over the 6
Let's
years.
just provide him with a
I'll get
breakdown of
to
the
that.
entire numbers over the 6 years.
Because not only that, we are not in a position to refund the money due to the county or the school.
No.
We're-
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's not get into that.
We'll get,
Just provide him the data, the councilman the data, which is a fair question to ask. Can I just ask, so 990,000 we collected, and I just realized this, so typically on a tax abatement, 5% would go to the county, so did 5% of this 990 go to the county?
This was a buy-up provision that's separate from the payment, so no, I don't think so.
No. You said, I don't think so, you said no, but you don't know how much we did.
This is a prepayment of $990,000. It had nothing to do with the annual service charge. The county gets 5% of the annual service charge.
County not gonna get it.
I just want validation from our side of the aisle on this stuff, right? So that we
right.
get the entire 90,000, and otherwise.
Yeah, we did, and we budgeted it back in 2016.
Yep. No, we paid for youth,
Whatever we did.
yeah, youth stuff, youth jobs, all that stuff.
Is there for law department as part of this material, if we pass this resolution, is there then either an agreement, formal or informal, that this legal entity will not sue over the withdrawal of the abatement?
Yes, they'll
Yes, and that's part of it. My client is working with the administration, working with the city, moving forward on this, hoping to, put this all behind us and move forward together.
I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. If something changes in the future.
Any other questions about this? Hearing none.
No, just Brian, provide.
I'll get to the numbers, yeah, I'll send it to the council.
Okay, we're gonna start from the top.
You can stay.
We did 3A and 3B, we're gonna go right to 3C.
stand up for this one. I know John will be coming forward.
Let's just go for the top. Okay, 3C is an ordinance ratifying the execution.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's ordinances, I apologize. Sitting is my bane today, and pain.
Rich, they say you can't go.
We did 3A and 3B, right?
Yes, sir.
C is ratifying the execution and acceptance from Park Avenue Landing of a deed of easements for roadway purposes and temporary construction easement and execution of an acceptance from Liberty Harbor Holding of a deed of temporary construction easement in connection with the new roadway connecting Jersey Avenue and Phillip Street.
Any questions on this, Council?
No. D we did. E is an ordinance authorizing the city as tenant to renew a lease with the County of Hudson for recreational fields at Lincoln Park West.
Council members?
Nope. When Melissa was here, she indicated that we had to hold a public hearing on the Green Acres Local Government Stewardship Grant Program. We'll be doing that. It was advertised. And the Acquisition and Park Development Program. Before we do only 3 second reading ordinances. Any questions on those?
Nope.
We have a short list, but I'm sure it'll swell. Like a rolled ankle. 3A is our municipal budget. Basically, this is just the handoff. We would be conducting a public hearing on it 4 weeks from its introduction on Wednesday, should it be so introduced. Council President will be talking with you about budget hearings. And let's hope we get this done and lock it up by June. That would be, if we did it by June, it'd be early.
John, we're gonna have a full package, right? When? Tomorrow?
Metro?
John Metro.
John, you want to step up here?
Oh, Danny's talking.
What's the question?
Right on the line.
Danny, you make a better door.
Councilman Yun, what's the question?
We're gonna have a full package, right?
Yeah, so this is the budget document, including the PDF.
Let's talk about the binder.
Yeah.
That's what I said, we downsized.
This is the way it's properly presented to the state. You're gonna get it with the pictures, descriptions, arrows, and everything else.
It's being prepared.
What can we expect?
After you introduce it.
We've typically gotten it with the introduction.
Right.
Yeah, that's what,
We've typically received that binder. That's the truth.
Yeah.
that's why I said, we're cutting back already.
It's gonna have to be introduced before they make the books. If they make the books and then you make a change before you introduce it.
No, usually they provide a full size of binder for all
Yes,
budget.
every time.
Well, when will they have it done?
Every time we do it. That's the way it's been done.
Monday, if that's acceptable.
Next Monday. There you go. John worked through the weekend on this. I'm gonna do a commercial.
In all fairness too, John's been like, he's been handed over a big load that he's taken over and, he's filling the gap from a CFO that's no longer here, so we, at
John?
least this is a taste test.
Because he is your neighbor, that's why he's saying that, right?
We're all neighbors.
Okay. So since this is our first time looking at this, can you give us the highlights on what's in this budget? And
Yeah, so there's a few slides that are sort of a summary of some of the key things in here. You'll see historic budget numbers on slide 2, sort of where we've been over the last 20 years. You'll see that budget growth has slowed. We're a little bit higher than last year's intro. You'll see on slides 4 and 5 just some quick summaries of like the top line revenues, top line appropriations, what the departments are. You'll go through and see those numbers, and we'll talk more about all those numbers in the budget hearings, I'm sure. You look at slide, I'm just going through this quickly because I know it's late, people want to get at it. So slide 6 is just a summary of all the credit rating upgrades that we've received, and then slide 7 is sort of what's coming, either we've been working on or down the pike a little bit, to improve and expand upon fiscal management and government efficiency. Things that we've discussed even since starting last year at the budget hearings when I first started, things that were mentioned by the council that we need to work on and we need to think about. We're working on those things, we're doing those things, and you'll see evidence of it here. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions about that. Slide 8, you'll see some of the big changes here in slide 8. This is all straight out of the budget document in detail behind it, but you'll see a lot of the required payments that we have to make are some of the drivers of why it was a tough budget year for us, a really tough budget. The pension payments are $5 million. We're making full payments, and this is the required amount. Debt service payments are up. Salaries are only up $1.1 million. It's only 0.4% of salaries. You'll see on slide 7 that one of the things that we've done is institute a hiring freeze of new employees, just because it was a really tight year. So we're trying to slow things down there. We'll see some interesting good things. Police overtime budgeting down a bunch. Police salaries down a bunch. That's mostly due to lower cost employees. We got a lot of new recruits coming in this year and years before, so a lot of the higher salary employees have retired, so we're down a little bit. The big thing to note is, the two big things to note on page 8 are the healthcare and the pilot appropriations revenues. If you look on page 9, you'll see some of the trends that you've seen. So by far the biggest driver of the challenge this year was the reduction in pilot payments. We are down $18.2 million in pilot revenue. This is a good thing. We are moving the city away from the pilots. We're moving back to traditional assessments. We haven't done any new pilots in years. Traditionally in the past, property owners would try to extend their pilots or get new pilots for their properties. We're not doing that anymore either. So now we're starting to feel it. I mean, it's good and bad. We're moving away from the pilots. The schools are getting more funding, but a lot less revenue. So also what you'll see on the right side of slide 9, healthcare costs are down. So the healthcare, usually one of the biggest drivers of the cost increase. We're doing a bunch of things, a few key things to help drive those costs down. The prescription audit, offering a lower cost healthcare plan, those are the two big ones. So we're really proud of this number. There might be more savings down the road, but to see our healthcare number go down and go down so significantly is a big win for us. You'll see a quick summary on slide 10 of the revow. I know there have been questions about it, so we did a quick analysis of property changes from 17 to 18, and there's some numbers behind it there. Slide 11 is just a quick overview of things that we've already sort of got in the books for how we're partnering with the schools and how we're trying to provide more revenue to them. There's about $8 million of stuff going on that we're partnering with them on. Anything from covering the cost of school security officers. We're managing all of their waste and recycling collection. There's an upcoming partnership that we're working on with the library. We're going to administer the entire payroll tax, and we're covering all the costs of that. But also, you'll see the biggest driver here is the reduction in the active pilots and the fact that there are no new pilots that we've started since 2017 that are helping the schools earn an estimated $8 million. So we say estimated because the cost of all these things change every year. The assessments that each of the properties pay, the taxes that pay the schools change every year, so that's a moving number. Also, you'll see a little sort of in the top right, there's another $2 million from MUA for the lead prevention stuff that they're going to be doing. So that's that. There will be lots of opportunities for questions, but yeah, Charles is saying here.
So anyone have questions? I have questions, so
okay,
folks
sure.
have questions.
There were a couple, but
You want to go ahead?
Sure, a couple of questions. Can you just explain, not in depth, but briefly, what the hiring freeze policy is? When was it instituted? Who does it apply to?
When we were going, so we were a couple of things. So when we started this like every year. We asked all the departments for their requests for their budget, and it was this insane number. And we saw a gap of like $60 million or so dollars. And we were like, okay, well, let's see what we got. 60 or so million. That's a huge amount, not sort of an anomaly necessarily. And we were seeing a lot of hires come through, and we said, look, like we have to stop this just to get a handle on things. We want to make sure that there are positions in the budget that have not necessarily always been filled, that are budgeted, fill those first, prove to us that you can't do everything with what you have, and then we'll consider moving forward. But I think we issued this maybe in February or
Yeah, one of the premises were that we only hire, or rehire vacancies of like, so to speak, professionals, right? So if an engineer left, we're in the need of an engineer, but maybe like a laborer or an assistant or a secretary, you know, we refrain from replacing.
Yeah, and the thing is, when one of these professionals retires or leaves, typically we're not hiring at that same salary, so we're saving a little bit there. We're typically hiring 1 to 1, not 2 to 1. So hopefully it's going to help curb some of these inflating salary costs, and we're already seeing that from this budget.
And does it apply to uniform personnel too, or is it just civilian personnel?
The uniform personnel is sort of an exception, just because there's an effort to expand the forces there, so it's not necessarily 1 to 1.
Council members, other questions about the budget?
We need time to digest.
Yeah.
Let me ask just briefly, is there an anticipated increase in the tax rate as of today?
Yeah, it is in there. It's a.
It's 1.48 now, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember the final number.
Do you have a sense?
2%.
2% increase in the tax rate, not just the levy, but the rate.
So it's 2% on the average residential, so it comes out to about $61 a year on an average assessment of 420 some odd.
Okay, so 61 on average, and that's just the municipal portion. Correct?
Yes.
So the thing is that when I see that the surplus, we put $36 million. So can you give us that where they come from, the $36 million surplus, itemized, because they included the land sale too?
Land sale separate.
But that because I expected last year we're not going to have that kind of surplus of value, but we are.
Last year we had an excess operations about 48 million. So this is less than that amount, and that's sort of where you want to be.
So
we'll be providing the AFS shortly.
Yeah, just a simple.
Yeah.
So as of December 31st, 2019, at the 18, what kind of surplus you amount have? Now you're going to put your 39 million surplus, and how much is left?
Yeah,
okay?
total fund balance.
Yeah.
It's going to be higher because we always highlight that $80 million number, but it's always less liabilities, and that'll be yours.
And John, if you're generous enough, that explain to why we have a huge surplus, especially 2018, end of 2018.
Yeah, we'll provide it.
Okay, good.
I also want to mention about the land sales. I know there's been questions and concerns about one-shot revenues. We're instituting a policy that structures all one-shot revenues over a 3-year period, no matter what. So you'll see a land sale number in here that matches last year's, and we're going to provide backup on where that comes from the land sale that we have. But we're not trying to say taking whatever we get, we're just going to take it. We're spreading it out, just as we try to do with appropriations.
So this is your first time actually under the Brian plan, your administration, you put it together, right?
This is the
First one.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I'm going to look it very close.
You should. I hope you say to me what you said to Andrew Riccio about I'm the best business administrator that we've ever had. That would be. That's my goal.
You said you're instituting a new policy around land sales. What's that policy?
It's on land sales, but also any like one-shot revenues. It would be a 3-year acceptance of the payment.
So you
So
feel
structuring it evenly over 3 years. Well, somewhat evenly, yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is always that if you take it this year, what are you going to do next year?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we want to do is make installments that allow us an opportunity to phase off.
It's going to be structured like terminal leave.
So that, so the mayor,
years.
I don't know if we had a chance to discuss it, but the mayor did pass an executive order restructuring terminal leave payments to account for the accumulated absence issue that we've talked about for years, even before I got here, where we're structuring that over 3 to 5 years as well. And we're going through our union contracts and putting that into union contracts as we renegotiate.
So let me ask you
really trying to
this.
script everything
If a councilman, James Salom, has a new baby, so he can leave?
This is not family leave. No, this is a different type of leave. If he retires with hundreds of days, he would get the payout of those days over
Council
7
members
years.
get no sick time, no vacation time.
Oh dear.
They're responsible
Don't get
to the
sick.
voters.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about land sales.
Sure.
Can you detail what the
We'll
land
provide
sales
the
are?
backup. Yeah. So right now it just says 12 million in there, but we'll provide the backup on the property and how
The
we expect to
location.
structure.
You anticipate 12 million in land sales as part of the revenue for this budget?
Yes, that includes, yeah, we'll tell you what it includes in a separate,
We can include it both.
Because you're anticipating, I'm guessing, I haven't actually spoken to
James, sorry.
the Bayfront folks, but
You didn't get
are we
the benefit.
anticipating sales of tranches of land this year?
we're not.
Folks, can we get,
Yeah, we have no revenue here from Bayfront because we're paying debt service and we expect all the money to go back into it at this point.
yeah, but the realization of the revenue from the land sales,
Yeah,
is it not being realized in this budget, or how is it being captured then?
it's not here, it would be, it would go to cover the debt service costs on the property itself.
So that money doesn't come back to the city?
It does, yeah, I mean, we could figure out how to,
We'll talk to JCRA.
yeah.
Yes, a JCRA.
JCRA.
It's not our land. It's a JCRA land.
But they're supposed to give it back to the city.
Yes, we're supposed to get
Yeah,
that money
they're
back
supposed
to
to
the
get that
city.
back to the
Supposed to
city.
be, you know,
Right.
supposed to be.
Supposed to
Yeah.
get that money back.
Sure,
So-
we also have to pay the bonds back too.
Right,
Right.
right,
Yeah,
right,
But that's in the city's budget, right?
right.
The payments to the bonds are like realized as
That's what
expenses
it was a
in
$73
our
million.
budget.
Right.
No Bayfront debt services due this year.
Oh, right,
Okay, good to know.
okay.
And we can't anticipate any land sales that we don't have a signed agreement.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's correct.
So this budget is not included any Bayfront.
It has
No,
nothing.
it
Thank you
can't.
very
Not the
much.
first
Yeah.
year.
All right.
We have until, how long, we have until when to get the agreements, like June?
Yeah.
For the drop in pilot payments for 18 million, is that a net or a gross drop in revenue to the city from those buildings? So what I mean by that is, I'll give you a quick example. I mean, let's pretend 100 Columbus had a pilot drop,
Yeah,
and it was a $10 million pilot. So I guess a gross drop would be 10 million, but they're still paying conventional taxes.
Oh, the land
And so
tax,
let's say
yeah.
that, they just land tax, all their taxes. And so let's say the city's getting 5 million of that, so that would be 5 million net drop. And I'm just wondering if this 18 million is the grosser than that.
So the 18 million was strictly dollars that were removed from the pilot agreements.
Okay, so it wouldn't cover the fact that some of them are, but it doesn't cover the fact that we're still getting some revenue from those buildings. Got it.
Yeah.
So
From the structure agreement.
Please point out for me where the Port Authority and Medical Center settlement money is in the revenue section here, if it is.
it's in a couple of places, some of it's in land sales, and part of the Port Authority is in the pilots.
Yeah, the pilots.
So Jersey Medical Center is sheet 10I, before sheet 11. It's 550,000. And the Port Authority pilot number is 10B, 2.4 million.
10I. What was it, 10I?
I'm sorry, 10L. It's the last sheet before 11.
10L?
Yeah.
That's the medical center?
Center, it's the last item on that, JCMC Center.
And then what was the other one?
10B.
10B.
The fourth item. Port Authority, NYNJ, 2.4.
That's a settlement, right?
Yeah, so you'll see an increase in the payments that we're receiving. The settlement included, I think it was in the pilot, like 1.1 or 1.2 million in additional pilot payments. We're lumping it together. That settlement also included money from a land swap, and that is under land sale, which we're going to break out separately.
They include the land swap and
Sorry, so 10B and 10I, those are the two, right?
Yep.
So 10B, the anticipated, that's the settlement dollars for Port Authority, 2.4 million.
That is, the settlement dollar included in there. There's a couple of pilot agreements all up to.
Several.
Yeah, so right,
So
there's,
the settlement money is roughly 1.7, 8 million of that 2.4.
Of that 2.4.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
existing 600,000 was
it's from
existing pilot.
Greenville Yards and and some other places.
And so in 2018 is 2.3 million.
That was what was anticipated, but we only realized that 700,000. Pilot.
Yes. So, why is that?
It was determined when the agreement was established.
Because of the term.
Wait, say that total question again, I'm sorry.
So it realized in cash 736,000.
Yeah, that is, that's the old pilot agreement that was in there, which was for Greenville Yards and North Jersey. Then it adds an extra, 1.7 or so from the settlement.
For 2019?
Yes.
But 2018 is 2.3 anticipated.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I think that's because we settled for 2018 and 17 as well, 19.
Oh, that's
and
right.
So that's 700,000 plus another 1 point whatever million, 1.6 probably, right?
We'll take a look.
The 2.3 number I received from the tax collector when we did the budget last year, we only utilized the existing pilot amount. And then this year is the existing pilot amount plus the settlement.
What's the settlement?
Does this budget anticipate any addition, besides the tax rate increase, does it contemplate any additional allocations to the Jersey City Public Schools?
Well, you'll see the one page about some of the partnerships that we're doing to help save the schools money. There's not a direct, just cash payment to the schools. Where we think the best way for us to partner with the schools is partnerships, not just giving them money. So there's more to come, we hope. Amira has actually been working on a plan to generate some revenue from the school parking lots. And there's some other shared service agreements that we've been thinking about as well. So that's, for example, the waste and recycling collection. The schools are saving $1 million on their budget from us assuming that cost. So that's sort of what we think the best value is.
Do you think that we need to create some type of committee? I know she's working hard with the school, so we can know exactly what the school is doing. I mean,
like a reporting or an audit or something?
Some type of advisory board that we can partner with them in some way, because we don't know what the school is doing, but yet we're trying to find money to help them. I just think it's fair.
Councilman, you said that there used to be meetings with the Board of Ed.
Yes, when we first started, we used to meet with them, like just meet to, see what we can come up with ideas and
We
things
could,
like that.
I get anecdotal reports and questions, so for example, someone on the school board will say, hey, we pay people for this, can the city help? But we don't have these regular meetings.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They say, hey, we paid people, couldn't you help? But
Yeah.
I mean, I think there should be some type of advisory board to let us see what's going on with the school.
Yeah.
All right, we're concerned about the school. We want more money to go to the school, but we just don't want them to be putting out their hand saying, give us. We want to make sure we're accountable for the money that we do give them. I just think that's fair when it comes to the school. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Okay.
I just think that's fair to the school.
Sure.
Because this is going to be ours on the long run, because they're not going to get no more money from the state.
Yeah.
So we need to start figuring out how we're going to really support the school systems. How we're going to meet with these developers and encourage them to build schools.
Sure.
It's so much entails here, and we just seem like we just keep going by each year. Now look where we're at. So that's just my suggestion.
And understanding when you're looking with issues around facilities and things like that, where they have overcrowding, where we can partner with the developer to do something as a pre-K space makes sense.
That's right.
New school makes sense. It's just we've all talked about this separately, and I think that the councilman's right. It's time for us to maybe do something a little bit more formal with the board, just so we can also better understand their challenges.
Correct.
So,
I'm sorry, I have another question about the budget itself.
last year, we...
Councilman, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So at a previous meeting, we had talked about the property at Liberty Harbor North with the $12 million acquisition fee and $11 million in impact fees. Is that contemplated in this budget?
Grand Jersey.
Oh,
Grand Jersey, yeah.
Argent.
Argent.
That is, what's the Jason? I don't remember that one. Where's that go?
I'm not sure how we receive it, but it's
No, that's on land sales. Part of land sales. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about, part of that's land sales. We'll get to the back of the land sales. It's a lot of numbers.
It's part of the land sales?
Yeah, it is.
Well, 12 million is land sales, the 11 million impact fees.
So, the 12 million in land sales is structuring these one-shot sales that we do over time. So, there's more than 12 million of sales that have been done, but we're taking the revenue over time.
And then where does it, if it's over time, so hypothetically, I'm just making this up, 12 million, say 3 million's in this budget.
Yeah.
You're spreading it out over the next 3 years.
Yeah, so for example,
4 million.
the JCRA does the sale, for example, and they hold it, and then we accept it from them over 3 years.
And we let them hold on to
That's
the
what I'm
money.
saying, how long do we let them hold it?
3 years. Before we take it.
Wow.
Well,
Wow. That's what I was saying.
Look, I mean, so we could accept it all in one budget and then have a one shot in 1 year, but
No, we couldn't we put it somewhere or?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
away? I don't know.
or like reserve,
Yeah.
Something like that.
play the market. We'll look into that.
I'll reach out to the auditor to see what the specifics are.
Okay.
Brett Shundley used to say there should be a line in the budget that said one-time revenue in every budget. Just say one-time revenue.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. For now.
Yay!
I'm
Anyone
so
wanna
happy
talk-
to see the numbers.
Anyone want to talk about, sorry, you, Councilman?
For us?
Are you done, Councilman?
Yeah, no.
Okay. B is authorizing calendar year appropriation reserve transfers. C is an emergency temporary appropriation to keep us afloat until we adopt the budget. D
Sorry,
is,
hold on C for John. The DPW buildings and streets was up 300,000 on this one, and engineering was up 350, and I just wanted to briefly explain the reasoning for that.
What was the word? Resolution 10.
C.
10C.
Yeah, so this is ongoing contracts that the department has for additional funding. Kind of page you go. I can provide.
Recycling.
Okay, that'd be great.
I'll get some.
It's contracts, that's great, thanks.
Okay.
D is authorizing the calendar year 2019 reserve for uncollected taxes to be calculated using a 3-year average.
Do we know how much our average increase this year compared to the last year?
For reserve.
For the uncollected tax percentage?
We do, so I can give you the exact number, but it's, if we just use last year's, it's 98.46, I believe.
Okay.
And this year, with the budget, it's, the 3-year is 98.51.
Okay, so a little bit higher, but not much.
And then, if you could put that, I'll confirm with that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so that gives us a little bit more, so if I just can, reserve fund taxes, that's basically, it's a non-spending appropriation, it's a gap, as to saying, if you only collect 90% of your taxes, you have to put in 2% of the levy, if you will, as like a safety net. So the closer we can get to 100, the less we have to put on reserve, and it's a program of collections.
Okay, we talked about E, F through L are authorizing the VA to discharge mortgages at 201 Freeman, 521 Garfield, 201 Olean, 20 Randolph, 20 Randolph, different lot. Apparently it's on 2 city lots. K, 14 Seedler, L, 52 Union. And we did, and is resolution removing a restriction from the deed of conveyance of the property at 14 Liberty Avenue. O is a resolution authorizing the lien against the properties listed herein for the cost of removing from the property's brush, weeds, dead and dying trees, stumps, all sorts of filth, tires, noxious growth, filth, glitter, debris.
Question.
Yes.
Councilman?
So I had a question about this, and I mentioned it to the tax
About
assessor. Yeah, in general. And I mentioned it to the tax assessor and to DPW, that we no longer use the lot cleaning fee on the tax roll anymore. We're like catching up now. Like there are certain lots that get cleaned regularly by like DPW that are nuisance lots, and there used to be up until 2016, I think it stopped. There used to be a line item lot cleaning fee that we would charge.
In the budget?
Say that
In the budget?
No, in the, on the tax record, online, you would see lot cleaning fee,
Oh.
and then all of a sudden it just stopped.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure about
DPW is still cleaning the lots.
Still cleaning the lots.
JCIO was doing it then, and there would be a lien filed in the tax.
So what actually?
Yeah, so we're not charging them is what I'm saying.
So we typically
Should
do
be.
charge, and we don't do a lien first. We send the bill basically, and a lot of the property owners just pay the bill. But if they don't pay the bill, then we get to the point where we'll file a lien, and that's where it is. So even though Public Works is cleaning a lot of lots, we are charging them, just not always through a lien.
Okay, and then one other thing, because a couple of the lots that they clean often are on this list. There is.
Are or not?
R.
Okay.
One of those is 175 Van Nostrand.
Okay.
When they clean 175, they clean 177 as well, and I don't see 177 on here, but I see 277. So can we just verify that 277 isn't supposed to be 177?
It's possible that 177 is paying the bill and not doing the lien, but it's also possibly a typo, so we'll take a look.
Okay, because they should have the same owner, 175 and 177.
True.
Does anyone want to redo P, or are we done with that one?
Let me just go back to N for a second.
Sure.
I think it's a typo there, lot 14, location Liberty Avenue.
Wait, which one is this?
Or, I don't know, you said 14 Liberty Avenue, that's why.
14 Liberty Avenue, word location should not.
So
It's
it's, no,
640
this is correct, this is correct. So there is no address for this
Lot
property,
14.
there's something wrong with the property.
Okay.
So the block 63, lot 14, Liberty Avenue is just what it is, and
Okay.
I don't know why.
He said 14 Liberty Avenue, that's right.
Okay.
No, it's,
It's written correctly on here.
Okay, let's move on.
There is no number.
I started that. All right, 10P, or Y, I guess now, that's right. Or Q.
Q.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Rose Franchini, on her 100th birthday. And yesterday I had the pleasure of calling an ex-neighbor who turned 105 yesterday. And she still is up and walking and has every marble she ever had. Resolution, R is a resolution commemorating Antoinette. Not that you're going to see this in Demarest, but resolution commemorating the 79th anniversary of the Katyn Forest Massacre. That word gets me. S, a resolution welcoming Kevin Powell to Lincoln High School in the city of Jersey City. We did T and U. V is a grant application for the Comprehensive Traffic Safety Program. I might have been asleep when Andrew Vicio talked about that, if he did.
No.
Y and Z are authorizing settlements of properties. One of lawsuits. One is Delgado versus the City of Jersey City, and the other is a settlement of the Civil Service Commission appeal of the termination of Martin Jackson. We did Z1. Happy to say we did the entire next page, Z2 through 10. We did all the way up to 16. A contract to buy a Ford LLC for the purchase of installation of emergency equipment under state contract for the Division of Police.
So I had a question about that. It comes from a trust account. Do you guys know what trust account we're referring to? 10Z16.
Is this for
The police cars. Yes.
Yeah, they have an account, they pay internally for, I believe it's seizure money.
Yeah, for county prosecutor.
So there was a ACLU New Jersey report that listed Jersey City as like the having more civil forfeiture more than any other town, which I think is concerning because if our rules are lax, we're basically taking people's property who didn't commit a crime and then we're keeping it. And so their report is really concerning. So I mean, I would love a report from our PD on how we use this civil forfeiture fund, and what we're spending on. I mean, it may. I just know from the ACLU report that they listed Jersey City. I mean, maybe the money flows from the county. I'm not an expert in this.
It does flow from the prosecutor's office.
Sorry?
The county takes care of the forfeiture crimes.
Okay.
And then they
There's
just,
a whole process where if you're
Right.
acquitted or there's an issue, everybody has an opportunity to be heard and have the opportunity to
Okay.
gain their money, whatever their property or cars or houses, but if the county's the one who does the civil forfeiture, it's their crimes. They don't do crimes in
Right.
the municipal level, doesn't do crimes. It's where the persons are considered crimes that can forfeit assets.
So I guess my question is, then where does so the county gets the money and then gives it to us?
yeah, if they
JCPD
get a
use?
cash of, for instance, they make a drug bust,
Right.
and they find 10 kilos
Yes.
of cocaine and
They don't sell
$5
that
million,
much.
and $5 million, they distribute to the 12 communities in Hudson County.
Right.
Monies for, we use them for police
I
cars.
guess what I'm saying.
So we get a list.
So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, and I think that's definitely an issue I'm learning about. The way that the report phrased it from ACLU is concerning in that we weren't at the norm. We were way above the norm, which then there's a question of why that would be, and then what levers do we have as a city to try to institute reform?
You can say you don't want the money. You can't tell the county that they can't seize because they seize on a county level.
Yeah,
You don't have to accept it, you can say keep the money.
Well, I mean, I want to call attention, if there are abuses in the system, I would like to call attention to it. And I'm saying if, because I read one report and I'm just starting to learn, and then I saw this from a trust accountant. So that's all. If we can just maybe get just a report on how they spend the money and how much there is in there, and then I can do more research on how it works and.
Sure, and that counts much like the one that Chief McGill spoke about before.
Right.
The state's very strict on what they can spend it on.
Sure.
So it's, I believe it's police vehicles, CCTV,
Right.
certain equipment, just like the fire prevention as well.
Yeah.
So what they'll do is, they'll reduce their request.
All the way to Z16, the contract by Ford. We talked about that. 17 was done, 18 is authorizing a month-to-month extension not to exceed 3 months, effective April 1st, with New Way concessionaires for senior congregate site nutrition programs for the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Food and Nutrition. Before everyone gets excited and ready to run, we have to talk about a closed caucus on Friday. Z19, Z20, and 21 were done. 22 is a professional service agreement with Otto Hetzel to provide the city of Jersey City with legal services in connection with the HUD audit.
Can I ask?
Still going on this
Can I ask
one?
about the, yeah, so, does this guy operate in the area, Otto Hudson? I'm wondering if we can bring him in.
He is not. I think he's in DC. He is one of the premier experts in this sort of thing. Where it's a very complicated matter involving the federal government claiming that we owe a lot of money. And this is the guy, if there's a guy to do it, this is the guy to hopefully not have us owe that money. So.
To Robert's point of a closed session, maybe we could do something on screen with him to I just like to get an update as to where we're at.
Yeah. Because, this is like since 2014, I think.
Yeah.
We keep 50,000, 100, I think we pay almost close to $200,000 to this company.
Do we know how to operate this?
Yeah.
I don't think we can.
So we have to be higher,
Yeah.
right?
So if he starts WebEx on his phone, we call him on the phone. It's simple.
So,
but do you need to do it before we vote on this?
No.
Okay.
I mean, that's my opinion.
we're going to.
I'm fine with voting.
This guy is to HUD as
I just wanna know.
Zane is to train.
So we can schedule it like in a
Yeah.
couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Something.
Schedule it, just schedule it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just need to get it scheduled.
We don't want to give you a hard time, so.
Z23, Hunt, Hamlin, and Ridley to represent Lieutenant Terrence Crowley and Police Officer John Peters in the matter of Kelly Chesler et al. v. the City of Jersey City.
So how much they claimed it? Z23.
I'm sorry, what's the question, Council?
This is renewing a professional services agreement.
Yeah, but this one we went to court, we lost, right?
No, Kelly Chesler was acquitted in the court of law. Not
Case was dismissed.
Case was retired.
Case is dismissed, right?
Well, there was a civil lawsuit that was stayed pending the criminal prosecution. The prosecutor's office dismissed the case prior to the conclusion of trial, so now the civil case has been
So how much?
unstayed.
Yes, so how much they claim? How much they ask?
We're actually getting, as we said, we're having a closed session Friday, we can discuss detail.
That's exactly what I want to do, is find out what we're going to do, because we can specify in the resolution which cases we're going to talk about, because Councilman Bajano's not here. He said, well, while we're all together and all quiet, he went, we can't go off on tangents on Friday. Whatever, if it's a list of 10 things, it's a list of 10 things, but we have to make sure that all of the items, we just can't put it under the umbrella of attorney-client privilege and talk about anything under the sun.
10 items.
Okay? So,
Focus.
all right, so we're up to 24, and this is a Rainone, 24.
It's got the overpass.
Right there, we will swap it out. I noticed it just looking at it tonight. The contract is attached to the resolution, has an incorrect header on it. We can swap that out before the plans did.
All right, needs correction, I'll put on agreement, right?
Yes, the agreement only. The language of the resolution is...
Okay, terrific. Z25, this should be a contract, not a contact. To National Executive Service Corps to conduct a search for a new public library executive director. 26.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm asking all the questions tonight. What account is this coming out of? Like, who's paying for this search?
I gotta confirm with Peter Volgado. I can't remember where it's coming from. There's a, yeah, I can't remember.
Is this also a library?
Public library, was
Should be
it?
from the library, right?
Yeah, I don't want to answer incorrectly. I can't remember.
All into 100 would be administrative.
Okay.
Yeah. So it'll come
Your
from
office?
administration.
It's come from administration. That's the number.
And why is the admin paying for it versus the library board, et cetera?
Yeah, so I mean, it's all coming from the same pot, so we're going to work out that detail through the library budget.
Sure. And why do we think, why do we think this search, spending $26K on a search team is going to give us a better result than doing internally, advertising it out, or, tasking the members of the library board?
Yeah. The library board has requested this, first of all, so they think that it's a very important position, and there aren't, to be honest, a ton of qualified people in general for this sort of thing. It's a big library, it's a big system, they're looking for something specific. So yeah, this is one of those rare occasions where we're looking to do that.
I would just say that, I personally don't know how I feel about this expenditure, but if we do approve it, we have a history of doing searches and finding people in Jersey City. So not like there are qualified people here, but if we're going to spend $26K and there's the best candidates here,
yeah, okay. No, that's fair.
I'm just saying that's money maybe we don't need to spend.
Correct. Okay. Why don't we just take applications first and see? If then can't we do research if we not happy?
Yeah.
I mean, that might be a better way to do it. I don't know.
You can't do like any introduction.
No, but I'm just saying that might save the city money. Might be a better way to do it.
So let me ask, sorry, Brian,
I just think.
so on this search, this national executive, so how are they going to conduct the search?
The company.
So there should be another resolution on here that is.
Right after.
Right, the committee.
It's a committee, but then the company's gonna do the search,
The
correct?
company does the search and they have their process. They basically are serving like a headhunter and they just go out and they target the people that may not even know that they want to apply, that sort of thing. This is what they do.
Can't we just go online and Twitter?
And do they bring candidates back? And,
Go to LinkedIn.
Yeah.
do they get a list of candidates, screen them and so forth, and then is there like a community involvement process and like?
This committee will be that process. There's a council, I think there's one council member.
One
I can't
council,
remember.
yeah.
And a couple of board.
Which is
So-
fine, there's a committee. I'm saying in terms of, will they be will candidates be presented to the community at large, is my question. So for example, I'm just saying, when I worked at New Jersey City University, they, when they brought a new president and everything, they brought in someone and they had 4 or 5 candidates and they brought it to the entire NJCU community. And those people had
Conversations,
conversations
ask
with the
questions.
community around things and
You know,
to hear their needs. And
yeah, no, that's a great point. I think it's worth the committee talking through how that process could work, for sure. That's a good idea.
That's a good point.
Because I think the library could be a very community kind of
Yeah.
based.
And you need certain degrees or whatever, right? Like libraries.
Yeah.
Libraries have a degree. So like maybe, I don't know if any schools in the
Library
area offer that degree
That's a great
locally.
question, yeah.
That might be a good starting point.
Okay.
But they don't have to know the Dewey Decimal System anymore.
Is that a blog? I don't know what that is. Is that a podcast? Dewey Decimal?
Yeah.
Millennial joke,
I
I'm
just want
sorry.
to ask one question, like
You're
when
gonna
we
joke
do
at
the,
the old
when we do
guys
the,
and
when the budget hearing come, normally we have the CFO there. Who will sit in that spot?
Liz Castillo is the acting CFO right now. So she will sit in that spot.
Shouldn't she have been here tonight? I'm just
Yeah.
curious, because I see him
So
sitting here asking all these questions.
I'll talk, can we talk offline about that actually?
Okay, because
yeah.
we always calling him.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, just in all honesty, Ryan and I handle most of the numbers ourselves due to the change in organization, and we did work upon some of the accountants and the auditors and all this with some of the formulas and stuff. So not to discredit Liz, but we were more hands-on on this one with the absence of Donna. Yeah.
You always hands-on. You know what, I'm an inward person, that's why I'm just asking.
I understand. Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean, and you always can't answering our questions, so I'm just trying to figure out, you know, if we need a CFO,
Yeah.
what do we look, because he's here, I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, we'll talk.
Okay. Hey,
Don't, we gotta finish.
Motion to adjourn at 10:05.
No. Because, council members, I anticipate we're gonna have a guest Wednesday night. Well, we have 2 guests. I think I texted you on one. One is, Sudan is coming back and doing his monthly, suggested, let me wait till this passes. A monthly update. So apparently he wants to do monthly updates. So I told him he can come during regular public speaking. As a courtesy, we'll move him up, but he still only has 5 minutes.
Okay.
As a result. The second person though is, and probably at the start of the meeting, ask her to come forward, is Senator Cunningham has asked to speak to the council. She wants to speak about Senate Bill 2100, which is removes the prohibition on voting by persons convicted of an indictable offense who are on parole, probation, or serving a sentence. It expands voting rights to all people incarcerated or on parole and so forth. So to that end, I'm going to have Marlene share that legislation with you so that you all have it in advance. But in addition, I was contemplating introducing a resolution that if the council wanted to sponsor it as a whole, to support the senator, which I think is a great idea, frankly, that expanding his voting rights to the entire statewide population around this. I will send around a draft of a kind of a resolution that was drafted, and if those who want to kind of get on board with it, we could do that night at the council meeting with the senator there as well. Okay?
Okay.
All right, good. Thank you.
We have a motion at 10:07, seconded by Made by Councilperson Prinzary, seconded by Councilperson Ridley. Good night, Councilperson Ridley, Prinzary. Bajano absent, Yun, good night. Solomon, good night. Mr. Solomon, good night. Mr. Robinson. Good night. Mr. Rivera has left us. Mr. Waterman
was checked out.
Councilperson Waterman was here, and the president stays in the end too.